to the September 22nd Planning Board meeting for the City of Miami Beach. We will have Nick Kalergis, our City Attorney, to read some important information with regards to those attending our Planning Board meeting virtually. All of the meeting will be held virtually as outlined on the agenda. Nick, you want to read to the public any instructions?
Sure, thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today's virtual meeting of the Planning Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place and permits local government bodies to meet using communications media technology, such as Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 921-5536-5533#, or log in directly to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 921-5536-5533. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony or submit evidence in support of or opposition to an item scheduled to be heard today may appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive, Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 229. At this location, access to a computer will be provided. On quasi-judicial applications today, on behalf of the chair of the board, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll ask each board member to disclose the names of any individuals with whom they've had ex parte communications. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration before we begin. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an attorney, architect, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Lastly, I'd just like to swear in any members of staff who will be providing testimony today. So please state on the record whether you swear under oath that any and all testimony that you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Nick, I think I upgraded you temporarily, so I'm the assistant city attorney, but the attorney to the board. I don't want to take away from the city attorney, okay?
No problem. I'll accept the promotion.
Soon enough, sir, soon enough. With that, just a couple of housekeeping items for the board. I know Daniel had some comments with regards to the board packages and meeting dates. I'll let him speak to the meeting dates, but let's just go back. Michael and I spoke yesterday briefly that we'll go, or communicated briefly, that we'll go back to the standard way of distributing the board packages. So we'll have them in print delivered to all the board members, and then it'll still be available online. So that way you have the flexibility of retrieving the information for the board meetings, either way, board members. Daniel, I don't know if you, just before we get started, if you want to talk about meeting dates.
No, I mean, no need to bring up the meeting dates. I think staff explained that. It's a very unique situation where you might have a conflict. And one of the beauties of the virtual world is that it gives us a lot of opportunity and flexibility without having to reserve a room. But I think we got to be just aware of that so that if there is another meeting taking place at the city, we don't have that conflict. With the board package, I didn't want to request you to print them and send them to us. I simply wanted to make sure that staff continues to put together a final version of all of the staff reports in that numbered pages, so that when we have this meeting as board members, we can say, hey, on page 54 of our packet, and we know exactly what ordinance we're referring to. If you recall, I was actually one of the other board members confused which ordinance we should be reviewing, because there were two versions of ordinance online. And I don't want to take away from the visibility and transparency of having as much information online as possible. But I think when it comes to our meeting, it'll be easier for the chairperson and other board members to communicate with staff by referencing back to a specific page number. Don't want to force you to print them and spend that money, and willing to accept the new world of complete digital.
I'm not so ready to move into the new world of complete digital. So I'm going to request that they be printed and delivered. And then you can also have, if you happen to be out of town and you want to attend this meeting virtually, you don't have to necessarily be home to receive that. You can have the option of doing it digitally. So I'm gonna have one foot in one world and one foot in the other. So
I have no need for a printed copy. I find the digital more convenient. I use an iPad and I'm able to pull up the agenda anywhere I am. So if the city can save money on printing the documents, it's perfectly fine with me. With all due respect to Kareem, I'm a bit younger than him, so it's okay.
fair enough. So what we'll do, you can just put your
Kareem,
preference, but I'm going to have them delivered.
Can we pick and choose? I mean, in other words, can we, because I'm paperless, so I don't need it either. I mean, I really don't. It's a lot of printing for me that I can happily do it on digital.
That's fine. We'll do a preference and then we'll go from there, but I'll need mine printed. So we can go from there. All right. So the next thing with that done, do we have any support for approval of the minutes from last meeting?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
Michael?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
Okay, so the motion was made by Mr. Milan and seconded by Mr. Barano to approve the minutes. Mr. Weider?
Aye.
Mr. Jelpi?
Aye.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro? Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Vatia?
Yes.
And Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Motion passes. And just for everybody's information, you can see we have all 7 planning board members present for today's meeting.
Awesome. All right. The next thing, we have a continuance on the Fairwinds. Is that correct?
Yes, we'd like to request that this be continued to the November 17th meeting date.
What's going on over there, Michael? This is a second or third continuance on this item, right?
Yeah, well, so basically their CUP is for entertainment, and since entertainment is effectively suspended citywide,
Yes,
in effect their CUP has been suspended.
Okay.
So that's why we've continued this item. I can come back with an update, at the next month's meeting. I think there was a resolution at the special master in terms of their past violations. So we basically requested this be continued until such time that they could continue to operate, since in effect they have had a suspension since March.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to continue the item?
I'll move.
Yeah, I'll either move or second.
You can move it. I'll second.
All right, good enough.
Okay, the motion was made by Mr. Barano, seconded by Mr. Milan to continue to the November 17th meeting. Mr. Weider?
Aye.
Mr. Jelpi?
You got it.
Mr. Barano?
Yes.
Mr. Pietro? Mr. Milan?
Yes.
Mr. Vatia?
Yes.
Mr. Brantley?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0 with the items continued to November 17th.
All right, let's go back to item number 2, the discussion item, which is the FAR item. We want to do that a little bit early so we have enough time to discuss it. You want to introduce it?
Sure, and Rogelio from Planning is going to introduce this discussion item.
Good morning, members. This is a discussion item regarding citywide FAR implications. So by way of background, this past year, the Planning Board did transmit in some items to the City Commission related to strategic FAR exemptions. That item was approved by the City Commission on first reading, and it requires approval by the voters on the November ballot, since any item which increases FAR in the city would require voter approval. Also on May 13, 2020, the City Commission referred a discussion regarding comprehensive strategies for FAR increases citywide, including FAR bonuses applicable citywide to provide additional workforce housing, workforce and affordable housing increases based on public benefit fee and meeting resiliency and adaptation benchmarks, as well as any additional considerations for office development, ADA exemptions, to the Planning Board on an advisory basis with direction to make a recommendation to the City Commission. So just for those watching who may not be familiar, the maximum square footage of a building is regulated by the floor area ratio, FAR, in all districts except single family districts. By way of an example, a 10,000 square foot lot with an FAR of 2 is essentially allowed to build a 20,000 square foot building. So you multiply the FAR times the lot size. And then, so there are, the definition includes all horizontal areas of the floor of a building unless the area is specifically exempted in 114.1 of the land development regulations. So the exemptions we currently have are accessory water tanks or cooling towers, uncovered steps, attic space, terraces, breezeways, or open porches, floor space used for required accessory off-street parking spaces, commercial parking garages and non-commercial main use parking garages, mechanical equipment rooms located above the main roof deck, exterior unenclosed private balconies, floor area located below grade when the top of the slab of the ceiling is located at or below grade. There are some exemptions to this for historic buildings, and enclosed garage rooms enclosed within the building on the ground floor level. The item on the November ballot will expand this list, and if approved, it would add stairwells and elevators above the main roof deck, transformer vault rooms, fire control rooms and related command centers for life safety purposes, and bicycle parking. There are 2 other items on the November ballot which have an FAR implication, and that includes the increase in FAR from 1.5 to 3.25 for the Wilsonian Arts District, and a second one to authorize the Historic Preservation Board to approve the reconstruction of original interior floor plates that were removed prior to June 4th, 1997 as part of the restoration of a historic building. Just so that you're aware, the deadline to place any additional items on the November 2020 ballot has passed. So no additional FAR questions could be considered this year, and the next general election would be in November of 2021. Another thing to keep in mind is that on July 29, the City Commission authorized the administration to proceed with the creation of a new resiliency code and land development regulations. FAR will be a major component of this process since it's a tool that can be used to increase the resiliency of the city and address other needs. And the city has selected a consultant, and we hope to begin this process very soon. And we will be working with the Planning Board as we develop this code. So when considering FAR, it's important to note that even if FAR is increased, the maximum number of units allowed are regulated by the comprehensive plan. So that would not be impacted by this discussion. So if you approve increasing FAR from 2 to 3, there's still a cap on how many units you can have on a lot. So for this discussion, we have 4 separate categories for potential FAR modifications. The first is a bonus FAR incentive related to resiliency and other defined policy benchmarks. The second are strategic FAR increases within specific zoning districts. The third is the creation of a transfer of development rights, TDR program in specified areas of the city. And the fourth is removing all exemptions and counting everything, including parking, and increasing the FAR across the city. So I'll now go into detail into those 4 subgroups. So for the bonus FAR incentives related to resiliency and other defined policy benchmarks, we have 7 ideas that are in the memo. So let me know. I'm just going to briefly name them and let me know if you want me to elaborate on any of them. The first is exclusions for the conversion of non-required enclosed parking spaces facing a waterway. That's as a result of some buildings facing a waterfront that are overparked and due to reduced demands for parking, due to Uber, Lyft, and alternative modes of transportation. And we've seen some buildings where they want to do something else with this space. So this would allow for that to take place. The next would be resiliency and adaptation bonuses. They would get bonuses for meeting specific resiliency benchmarks. The third is exempt first level interior transitional access for non-residential buildings to incentivize raised first floors and allow ramping from the sidewalk level. So this will allow for additional ability for the city to provide adaptation to sea level rise and still maintain ADA access. And actually, we're going to discuss a similar item related to ADA access and adaptation and resiliency later on in this meeting. New floor area within volumetric buildings, such as historic theaters, to facilitate their reuse. Just for reference, there was a similar item proposed about a year ago, and that was also taken to the voters, and that item did fail, primarily intended for theaters. Bonuses for providing affordable and/or workforce housing, and those definitions are defined in the city code, so this would give you some additional FAR for providing workforce or affordable housing. And bonuses for providing transit-oriented development along specific corridors of the city. So any areas where we have high transit access to provide a type of development that would incentivize the use of that public transportation. For strategic FAR increases in specified zoning districts, staff identified some challenges that developments face in the RM1 and CD1 districts, meeting building and life safety code requirements. So in order to assist these developments, there's a possibility that a ballot question could be provided to the voters to increase the FAR from 1.25 to 1.35 only in the RM1 and CD1 districts. This would give them a little bit of flexibility so that they can meet some of the life safety requirements that are imposed by the building code. The third item, for the creation of a TDR program, additional study would be needed, but this would allow the city to create defined transfer and receiver districts. So this would not result in an FAR increase, but rather shift where FAR can be located. So some potentially lower density zoning districts in lower lying areas or historic districts could potentially be allowed to sell surplus development rights to a higher intensity area. So the city would have to create some standards that could be incorporated, such as caps on how much FAR specific properties could buy, how much additional height they could get, requirements for restoration of historic buildings, resiliency requirements, and a slew of other things. So this is an idea that if we wish to proceed with it would require additional study, but it's an option that could be considered. And then the last idea is the removal of all exemptions for FAR, counting everything within the building envelope, including parking, and then just increasing the FAR to account for those lost exemptions. This would also require some additional study. However, it would incentivize less and more efficient parking circulation. Right now, since parking is exempt, we tend to get inefficient parking garages. So this would force development to make the parking as efficient as possible. And it would provide a more predictable measure of volume of a building, since the volume of a building can vary greatly depending on the parking requirements. So a building with an FAR of 1, depending on how much parking they have to provide, can have a completely different volume, and it's somewhat unpredictable in knowing what size of a building you're going to get based on parking requirements. Just by way of background, Miami 21 in the city of Miami uses this type of a measurement where everything counts. So with that, those are the ideas that we have. Staff recommends that the planning board discuss the item, provide us any recommendations for the city commission. And if you have any questions or would like me to elaborate on anything, let me know.
Wow, is there anything else?
I can make up some things if you'd like, but for now, I think that's it.
It is a lot to take in. That's a great job. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you agree, if maybe we want to take one item by one item since it's so much, maybe we can go back to the proposed list and discuss each item individually.
David, are you gonna be grumpy all day?
Who, me?
Yep.
I'm in a great mood. Are you kidding? I'm happy to see you guys.
Yeah.
And gal.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Yeah, Daniel, I think that that's the right way. And then we can, there are some things that, taken into account, they probably overlap, like the overall FAR for the entire city, taken into regards with TDRs, may kind of intersect. But let's take them one by one and see where we go with that.
Maybe there's a few we can consider together. I don't know. But
Well,
I guess it's one or the other, I suppose.
Yeah, let's just talk through it, and let's take them one by one, talk through it, and then as we continue our discussion and we add another item, we might see where we want to go back and have another conversation.
Okay,
Is that fair?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, so really, I'm going to rely on you to just kind of bring them up in order.
Okay. So the first subgroup is bonus FAR incentives related to resiliency and other defined policy benchmarks. So the first item we listed there is exclusions for the conversion of non-required enclosed parking areas facing a waterway.
So you mentioned several floors. We do understand that ground floor won't meet base flood elevations, that they won't be able to develop on ground floor.
Correct. All other building code requirements would continue to apply. So
it would really only apply to second level parking that can be converted from parking into living space.
Mm-hmm. Or whatever other active use decided on.
Okay.
So this is compensating for the lost FAR at ground level to increase FAR at the second level?
If I can interrupt for a second, guys, can I just give you an example? So if you look at the decoupage at the end of Lincoln Road, they have a large multi-level parking structure that's facing the beach walk. It's probably 4 or 5 levels, including partial subterranean. So of course they wouldn't be able to adapt the ground floor to active habitable spaces, but this would allow them to convert and to basically take a blank wall and put active uses along the beachfront, which they couldn't do now because that's parking. So it would basically allow them to remove the parking spaces, put in, say, a restaurant or other active uses, including residential facing the waterway, and modify the design of a blank parking structure facing the waterway. So this would apply to basically structures that are numerous throughout the city that have parking that was constructed on the ocean front.
And it would only apply to existing parking structures.
Correct, because it is a requirement now. The code requires for new construction that you have active uses at all levels facing a waterway.
And we're finding that in a lot of these particular hotels, the parking is very underutilized because many guests are coming in on Uber. A lot of guests I've been on the bus, and I've seen a lot of tourists coming in on the Airport Express bus. So the parking for a lot of these hotels is the use of it is minimal.
I think it makes sense in terms of urbanism and activating the streets and public space. Have we figured out what the credit system would be for something like this? Like, is it an FAR increase of, I don't remember, is it like 0.5 point or something?
So we didn't include a number. What we think could be done is it just be excluded from the calculation of FAR. So that way it's not considered an FAR increase. It's not a specific FAR increase of a number, which you could use anywhere. It's an exclusion of our overall FAR calculation. So if they have 5 floors, it would be for 5 floors. If they have, for a building that may have 2 floors, it would be for 2 floors. It's just specific to what a case-by-case situation of what parking they have facing the waterfront.
Do you possibly have an example or two in addition to decoupage. Decoupage is a fairly recent, is fairly new, you know, in comparison to some of the historic buildings. Do you have anything older to share as a possible example?
I don't know about, I can think of the Roni Plaza, the one hotel. I know that I've been in that garage. And,
Yes, it's a good example.
I've seen 3 cars in that garage, on a floor of that garage, and they just have a lot of space that's just sitting there empty.
And I can think of a lot of parking pedestals for residential projects. You know, before that code, we just had the tall tower sitting on top of a very large pedestal parking structure. And I'm assuming this would apply where, you know, as we reduce the parking requirement, and they don't need that parking anymore, they can convert that. So, you know, I just, back to Nick's comment, he's the one that mentioned, you know, activating, you know, urbanism. You know, I'm just curious, is this limited to simply the waterfront, or do we allow this in commercial areas at ground floor activation?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to understand. It sounds like it's a way to activate unused parking, you know, and make it more interesting and more, you know, versatile or whatever. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yep. And then we also got to talk about main use garages. You know, we've been talking how this relates to a garage that's tied to a project, but if it's a main use garage, then I think your FAR calculations are a little different. And would this apply, again, under the assumption that we're not just trying to limit this on the waterfront?
So I think that is a different issue for main use parking garages, because there is a limitation on the amount of, or the ratio of parking to active uses that you can supply before it's no longer a main use parking garage. But I think that for all new construction, at least we've had recently, we require that the ground floor have you know, active storefronts. But I think it is worthwhile exploring to expand this for ground floor parking facing the street where it exists. If possible, we may need to evaluate the ratio of parking to active uses in garages as part of this.
The other question I'd have would be is, does the additional parking, I know this is an age-old question, but does the additional parking encourage more traffic and congestion? I mean, if there's spaces, more cars will come.
So generally in traffic engineering, they don't consider parking as generating traffic. People don't go to a place to park. They go because there's something else there, be it a hotel, be it retail, a restaurant. So parking isn't typically seen as a traffic generator. It's really, it facilitates people going to a place, but we're just seeing that in many cases, it's just not getting used.
So I like the concept, just digging in a little deeper, you know, this formula that Nick brought up earlier, you know, we may very well move one day to removing a parking requirement altogether for new projects and letting the developer decide, but does that mean that an existing project should remove all of its parking requirement? You know, maybe they want to put the parking on the city and take advantage of the additional FAR that can be an additional revenue generator. So there has to be some checks and balances to the way a building was engineered with the concept of no parking versus a building that was engineered with parking, and then they remove the parking altogether. So just some ratios and checks and balances. I'm confident on the density caps from the comprehensive plan, so we won't be able to add more units than the code allows. And just for the general knowledge of the public, this is not something easy to do. You know, life safety, the building was not designed with life safety features that would allow for that space to be habitable. So it'd be very challenging, I think, for a developer, that it'd be a significant amount of investment. And this would certainly be something that triggers a design review board or HB board. It wouldn't be something you can do administratively. So I would just challenge staff to come up with that formula and not just allow everything to be fully converted. I don't know what you guys feel about it.
Daniel, I mean, you could see that in the future, that certainly as the demand for spots goes down, that some savvy developer will design around that and be able to convert that space into something else, commercial space, office space, residential space. So that is I think it's a real possibility. We've talked about that for years, you know, with how parking spots are less important now, and how, you know, smart developers will figure out a way for adaptive reuse in the future. So how does this impact, you know?
It's being done, Mark. There are developers that are building garages such that in the future they can convert them into habitable spaces. So it's already being done.
Right, but that does impact on our discussion, doesn't it? What happens to that in the future?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to predict what's happening in the future. I mean, we want to look at it very circumspectly, because any increase in FAR could possibly be, as Mark pointed out, be used for a purpose other than which we consider appropriate.
I mean, it's not a bait and switch. It's just a reality that may happen, you know, because it's just, it's what's its use for, you know, the highest and best use of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the city garage project for 72nd Street is, you know, designed to be converted into housing should in the future we not require the use of that. I think that's excellent, you know, idea. And we should definitely be flexible. This ordinance should be flexible to allow that to occur. I'm just, you know, trying to understand what happens when you trigger a 50% rule. So if you got this parking garage and you're about to convert all of that space to FAR, at what point do you trigger the need to bring the entire structure up to code and not just be limited? So I'm just curious about those types of checks and balances and what would trigger, okay, this is beyond adaptive reuse and this is now triggering a completely different project, because we may very well remove that parking requirement. Rogelio, are you looking for us to give you guidance on the ordinance that you're going to write, or how detailed are we supposed to get, or are we just giving you ideas to think about and you come back to us with additional ordinance recommendations?
I think right now this is just a preliminary discussion that we can have, that we'll carry out in the future as we move along with our resiliency code, as we come up with other ordinances. Because, like I said, there's no rush. Since this year we can't get any items on the ballot this year, so there's no rush on this. So it's more of a discussion, and we're going to prepare some notes on this, and I think we're going to create a letter to commission with summarizing these recommendations that we can consider in the future if the commission decides to refer specific ordinances.
Yeah, and I think if I can weigh in too, I think the idea is here to focus on which elements that we presented the planning board would recommend moving forward with for us to develop further. So of course, these are not fully developed. This is basically a menu of all options. And what do we think in terms of the planning board, what do you guys want to focus on? Because of course, we're not going to include all of these items. What do you think is most realistic to focus on? And I think after the election, we'll know, what the chances are of getting additional ballot measures approved in the future.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm just kind of skeptical about things that may occur after some move that we're making. But since this is only a discussion at this point, would each item, each project would then be considered on its own merits, but the city would have the authority under this ordinance to allow that to occur if that were to be the case?
Yeah, I think it would be also subject to review, as Daniel indicated, by the Historic Preservation Board or Design Review Board.
If I can check.
And then with regards to the life safety and other items, it's still going to have a review, I imagine, by the building department and administrative staff there. So it's not going to be a free-for-all in that regard.
What are the downsides as you guys see it?
Adaptive reuse, you have to accept the original design of the building. So I think it's just circulation. And I agree that parking's horrible to look at, whether it's from the street or the waterway, but I think the engineering something after the fact and making sure it works, how do you get to that space and
Mhm.
how do you, circulate traffic that was once designed to go a certain way? I think to me, that's probably the harder part.
Yeah, it may be tough to do this. It may be a garage that has a very low floor to ceiling height. Many of them have a 7-foot bare minimum clearances. And that's not going to be a very attractive space to use for residential. So it would really be a case-by-case basis. It may be good for some people. It may not be good for others. It's simply just an option that some properties may have.
But are you thinking that this is primarily going to be used for conversion of residential or commercial space?
If the ceiling heights are low, I have a feeling it would be almost office space.
Yeah, I would agree. And that raises the question, I mean, are we limiting uses for these conversions, or is it whatever use is permitted in the district? Are we allowing additional use potentially?
I think it'd be better just to allow any use that's permitted in the district. But that's something we can consider if we want to limit that further.
But
Because
not units, not residential units. In other words, you can't add more people living there. Is that?
But you could if you're below the density
Correct.
Limit. If you
Okay.
had additional density available to you, you could do that. But I had to follow up on the earlier point, quick question. The way it's written here, 1A, that's what was on the ballot and that failed on the ballot. Is that correct?
No, this one was never on the ballot.
It says the administration should note a ballot measure, including this vote, failed last November. What exactly failed last November?
That wasn't 1A. The one that failed last November was 1D.
Oh, 1D. It's
New
listed
floor
under
area
1A.
within volumetric buildings such as historic theaters.
Oh, I see. But okay, so we'll get to that one. But for 1A, I would recommend to the board, as Daniel has mentioned, that these multi-story blank walls. It's one thing to walk to the West Village in New York City where the street is activated and it's great. It's another, there are, areas up on the Upper West Side and other areas of, I'm talking New York City now, but where the street is not activated and it's just not a great urban experience. And so, I would recommend, with limited study, with additional study, opening this up to other very large multi-story parking pedestal walls that aren't facing the water. I think they're going to have a positive impact just on the pedestrian flow and experience of the city. So that would be one of my suggestions.
And from a practical perspective, there are plenty of buildings that were built a long time ago, whether historic or not, that are clearly beyond their FAR, and often they're powerless to improve their buildings because they've maximized their FAR. And this can be as mundane as laundry facilities and bicycle rooms, and not even residential, just practical modern amenities that they're trying to add. And I'm not, I'm thinking of a small condo or a condo association that's trying to add 2,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet and willing to give up a parking space to make that building more livable. So that's a practical hardship that they all fall into today. So I certainly think this is a great discussion. And I would urge staff to try to figure out how to keep it flexible for adaptation over the future, because you never want to go back for another FAR, a referendum question. So it has to be adaptable. Checks and balances, maybe you got to come to the planning board on all of this. If you want to convert parking or any FAR bonuses, I don't know how you want to put that checks and balance in there. But there has to be some limit, for the voters to feel. In all of our discussions today, there has to be some limit to what you can do in FAR as far as a ratio to overall square footage of the project.
To Nick's point, and a question for staff, why did you propose that it be limited to waterfront? Why not open?
It's a good
idea. Why isn't it a good idea everywhere? Yeah.
I think those have the biggest impact now to make an impact on the city, because those are some of the most obtrusive conditions we have now, especially since the city constructed, the beach walk from all the way from South Beach to North Beach, where that would have the biggest impact to open up those multi-level parking structures facing the ocean. So we felt that was like the easiest thing to start with. But I agree that in terms of expansion, like Daniel suggested, take a look at all non-required parking spaces and allow the conversion of non-required parking into another, use that is, especially for accessory uses for smaller buildings. So I think all that is important for the whole discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to add to what Daniel said, and I apologize for the background noise, but parcel lockers have become a big deal in everything in our, with the Amazon deliveries and all of the mail that we're getting. So even on projects now, I think in July, the Postal Service changed its ratio from mailbox delivery slots to parcel lockers from whatever it was to, for every 5 mailbox slots, you have to have 1 parcel locker. So those are things that are happening and evolving. And I think that this could be a really great idea to allow buildings to adapt and change to the current built environment that is, new buildings are having to experience, and older buildings can kind of keep up and be competitive as well. So I like the idea. I think it has a lot of, I like the vine, but the leaves, we got to figure out all the little attachments to it.
So do we want to move on to the next one? And I guess staff might have enough direction from us.
Yep. So we'll add that maybe it should be considered to all parking, not just parking that's facing the water, and add specific checks and balances for the ordinances and for the ordinance and limitation as we proceed with any future study. Okay. So the next item is resiliency and adaptation bonuses. So these would be bonuses that would be conditioned upon specific improvements that increase or improve the sustainability of a new development. So these improvements could go above and beyond minimum code requirements and facilitate things that we want to see. So bonus points could be added to the maximum FAR, but we would want to have caps as to what that could be. So just as an example, an RM2 property, which currently has a cap of 2, maybe we would be able to go to 2.5 with some resiliency bonuses. So some of the things that we've considered for bonuses would be elevating the first floor of an existing structure to the base flood elevation +1 if the floor is too low. Another bonus potentially could be improving the seawall and raising that seawall to a minimum height of 5.7. Creating a self-sustaining electrical and surplus stormwater system. So they could, the property could include additional stormwater retention than what we typically require. They could do reuse of stormwater through purple pipes. They could have electrical power using solar panels and some other devices to get them off the grid. Another option would be providing active recreation facilities that are available to the general public, serve the recreational needs of the immediate area. Another one would be achieve LEED Platinum certification. And then another one would be provide on-site adaptation areas, which are accessible from the public, that provide drainage, stormwater retention, or other resiliency benefits. And, we can consider other things. These are just the initial, this is just the initial list that we came up with. So they could get points for doing these things and get that extra FAR if they so choose.
My question would be is why would the city grant resiliency benefits on properties that already have to meet code requirements for resiliency? I mean, there's certain things that each project is going to have to do.
These would be, David, these would be above and beyond the minimum requirements.
Correct. So we currently require that a property retain their own stormwater. This would be, they would have to accommodate additional stormwater. So if the city has an issue with stormwater in an area, perhaps the property could accommodate some of the stormwater from the city's right of way and help treat that stormwater from the city's right of way. It could be, we don't require somebody be off the grid. We do have LEED Gold requirement, but this would be above and beyond that. They could go to platinum and get some bonuses for going to platinum. So it would be above and beyond what we currently require.
Why couldn't we just currently require these extra resiliency requirements?
Because they're expensive.
they're expensive, and some of the things, so requiring that a development accommodate additional stormwater would be difficult under state law. We have to, if we're going to require infrastructure, we have to prove that there is a need for it, that they are creating the impact, that the developer's creating the impact. So requiring them to accommodate stormwater that they're not creating could run afoul of state law. So this would incentivize them to do things that we can't necessarily force them to do.
Makes sense.
And I think, I'm thinking this as, existing buildings, not so much new construction, and trying to see how we incentivize a property owner to improve an existing building and bring it up to the right elevation when we start raising roads, and incentivize them to redo their seawall. So putting that hat on, and I'm assuming that's part of this discussion, is incentivizing someone to take an existing building and make it resilient. And any increase in FAR in that instance, can we assume that they're not going to trigger a parking requirement for that added FAR as a bonus?
That's something that could be considered. That's not something we had considered in this case, but that's something that we could add.
Is increasing the resilience of an existing building, say a small apartment house, would require vacating the ground floor and adding a floor on the top instead? Is that what you're talking about, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, if one of the biggest challenges to improving our historic buildings is that you're going to trigger the 50% rule. And today, when you trigger the 50% rule, you're not really raising the building, you're starting to raise all of the openings. You're raising the ground floor, you're raising the door frame, the windows, and you're starting to raise the whole entire building from there. And that keeps people from making massive improvements because it's not cost effective. So, generally they're re-engineering the entirety of the building, and there's such few FAR. Most of the buildings are at 1.0 FAR. So if they win and try to recapture the remaining FAR that the lot provides, there's two challenges. One is a parking requirement triggered by adding that FAR. And I think in the conservation district, we removed that parking requirement if you go in front of the land use board. And the second challenge is it's not enough additional FAR to warrant the investment. So I do foresee taking a historic building, taking some of these bonuses to give you additional FAR that the design envelope can clearly hold. You'll still be at 3 stories if you're adding, another 0.5 FAR to an existing 2-story building, remove the parking requirement, and force them to bring everything up to grade. It's super expensive.
How do you, I would ask Nick or you, Daniel, how do you increase resiliency in a small FAR building, 1950s MIMO building that doesn't have a lot of FAR to begin with? How do you increase the resilience? Do you elevate the whole building? Do you vacate the ground floor and put it on the floor on top, which wouldn't require altering the windows, et cetera, et cetera? How would that be done?
I mean, if it's commercial, if that building allowed commercial use, you can convert the ground floor that's below base at flood elevation to commercial. But if the other way would be residential, I don't believe most of the buildings in North Beach are slab buildings. They don't have cross spaces, they're slabs. So in that instance, they would, basically keep the shell and then just start elevating the building by adding more cement and then increasing the opening size. So all the doorways open and rise. So it's really re-engineering the entirety of the building. And again, have my historic preservation hat on, where you're trying to preserve that building. To add the additional FAR is a completely different issue, where they're usually adding additional structure around that's engineered to handle the added floor above the existing second floor. And I'll let Nick take it from there, because that's about as much as I know.
No, I think that's correct. Either it's really a matter of elevating the floor to sea level rise, right? So raising the floor, or building up and kind of vacating the floor. But as Daniel mentioned, it's the 50% rule kicks in at a certain point, and then the entire structure needs to be up to code. And often the non-conforming code consideration is the finished floor elevation. So if you have to raise the floor, say you have to raise it 2 feet, all of a sudden your windows that are here are basically nearly on the floor. They're awkward. Your ceiling height needs to be raised if you have a 2-story building, or the roof needs to be lifted. So it's a large expense to do those things. And I was wondering about how this would apply to, you know, single family residential districts, RM1 districts, things like that. It seems to me that points 1 and 2 are directed at existing structures that can be adapted. Well, it says an existing structure. 3, 4, 5, and 6 seem like they could apply to new construction. When you say, you know, so I don't know if that answers your question, David, but to point 4, if we're talking about providing active recreation facilities, are these like playgrounds? Are we talking about playgrounds? And I assume this would be for new construction, or how would this work?
It could be playgrounds. They could provide open space. It could be opening up, if it's a tower, opening up their recreation deck to the public. It would have to be negotiated on a case-by-case basis. I've seen in the city of Miami, they put soccer fields on top of their parking pedestals, and it could be something like that, making their pool available to the public. So there's options there.
Access to the waterway, would that be considered recreational?
Most developments already have to do that, provide access to the waterway due to the Biscayne Bay waterfront standards. So I don't know that we would allow it for current things that are already required, but maybe they could provide additional open space facing the waterfront, and that could help. So instead of just meeting the bare minimum requirements, providing additional, maybe a park or some gathering space adjacent to their required public access.
I wonder, back to Daniel's point, is the 50% rule considered here? I mean, if you're adding, say for a small residential multifamily home, if you're going to do point 1, elevate the first floor, and then add additional FAR, at what point are you exceeding the appraised value of the structure? Can we consider any waivers to that formula?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I just don't see the economic feasibility of taking small apartment houses and elevating them. And essentially, you'd have to build a second floor and then just use the first floor as the base flood elevation, rather than re-engineer all the windows and everything else. I don't know what would be more expensive.
Right.
The person doing it. I don't know.
David, to your point, just even if you were to, I don't know if this is even possible. I mean, you have heights available, but if you elevated the first floor and then received additional FAR, to construct that FAR, that new area, if the construction costs of that is worth, and the renovation of the existing, if that's worth more than 50% the value of the structure, which,
it will.
It will. It will be worth more. So is this even feasible, or can we consider replacement value? How can we open this up a little bit, Rogelio?
So I don't think we can change the 50% rule as far as the building code comes into play, because that's regulated by the state. So I don't think we have the ability to touch that. The building official has her criteria in terms of providing waivers for the floor and all that stuff. So I'm not too familiar with those.
Yeah, so essentially the economic unfeasibility of it happening renders it very unlikely, it seems to me. I don't know how anyone else feels about that.
So the idea here is that additional FAR could help offset that economic impact required by having to bring the building up to code. I don't know if you've seen presentations from the Schulman study, and they have some ideas as to how some of these smaller buildings can be renovated and can be adapted so that they can deal with sea level rise. And so they have a multitude of options, including abandoning the first floor and adding an additional floor on the top of a building. And so maybe that's a way that it could be done. And so they have a huge menu of options depending on the type of building that it is, because depending on what it is and how much room you have to work with, it's going to totally change your formula.
So that would, but putting another floor on and abandoning the first floor would increase the would invoke the 50% rule.
Oh,
Correct.
I mean, I think the reality is that every building will eventually invoke the 50% rule. And we're trying to incentivize in the next 2 decades that people do it willingly. I mean, I see it 3 ways. The city either comes and raises your street and you're forced to increase the building, or there's a catastrophic loss and, you know, a storm comes, the building's wiped out. You know, the owner will then be facing 2 challenges. One, do I demo the entirety of the building and just build new, which is the easiest way to go? Or am I incentivized to preserve the existing structure because I'm going to gain some additional FAR bonuses? I think that's a great way of looking at it as well. You know, as
what about raising the entire structure?
Well, exactly. That's so, Mr. Barano. That leads to
It was a bonus incentive to raise the entire structure as is. I mean, they're doing that in Charleston.
Yes,
Charleston, South Carolina. I just read about it.
That's 1E.
Yeah.
That would
Expensive. It's very expensive and hard to do, but that's really would be our goal, is to keep the structure as it is, but raise it.
That's related to item 1E, which would exempt the entire square footage of a contributing building that's elevated to comply with the flood requirements. So imagine, especially on a larger site where you have an existing, say, 2 or 3 story building, that entire area would be exempt from the FAR calculations if it was elevated to the minimum flood elevation. So that would be, you know, I think that would give a greater, you know, financial incentive for the exemption of that entire area.
Michael, didn't the city experiment with this in Flamingo Park, lifting an existing structure? Wasn't there some cost? Didn't we study some costs associated with lifting? Like Daniel said, a lot of these buildings are slab on grade with spread footings. They're very, you know, in Charleston, Michael, there might be wood frame homes that are much easier to lift and drive down the street and pull behind a tractor. But with a slab on grade, it's nearly impossible to lift it.
Right. I think in Flamingo Park,
I've done it, although it wasn't
easily elevated.
Sorry, I didn't hear either one of you.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. I've done it in Texas. I've done it in New Orleans. It can be done. It's just you know, it's hard. It's hard, but engineering is out there to do it.
They can be done. I mean, they moved the Coral Rock House from Altos Del Mar to Normandy Drive, so you can do it. I think when it comes to these smaller buildings, most of them are with, you know, slab with footings. If they were on pilings, then it'd be feasible. I think if you're preserving a lot of FAR by raising the building, then the new construction costs of that additional FAR are certainly outweighed by the cost of, you know, of raising the building. But on the smaller buildings, you might as well just rebuild. And the question is, when is a property owner gonna invest into his property? Are we gonna wait till a storm comes and that building's wiped out and we lose that housing? Or are we going to incentivize property owners over the next 2 or 3 decades to start making their building resilient, so when that storm comes, we don't lose our entire city, we don't lose all of our housing stock, and we're in 2, 3, 4, 5 year cycles of rebuilding. And when the city comes and raises a street, and you know, I'm a property owner that owns a multifamily building, and you know, look at the city's long term, they're going to raise my street, and I'm like, wow, what am I going to have to do to my property when the city comes and raises that street? That's going to be really interesting when I only have a 5-foot setback from that increase of 2 or 3 feet. And am I incentivized to take action there and also bring my building up? Because I'd probably be in a pool.
I wouldn't necessarily be saying that every building is worth this type of investment, but it seems to me, without having run the math on it, that if we don't provide an investment, is definitely not going to happen. You know, because it will be it will be, you know, very expensive. But as a community, if we want to preserve these smaller historic buildings, at some point, it's going to take a substantial investment to do that.
A 0.5 FAR bonus on an overall 1.25 FAR design envelope is pretty significant. And I would challenge staff to have a sliding scale of the FAR bonus based on the adaptive reuse of an existing building versus the bonus you get for building something new, so that they get more of an incentive. And also, again, removing any parking requirement that might be triggered if the code still requires it for that added FAR, including not just the bonus FAR, any added FAR that they can add if they're preserving the structure and raising it would be another incentive.
Daniel, I didn't follow that. So on one point, why would they have to have on historic structures even greater benefit than a new construction? I don't understand how the two have to intersect.
Meaning, if you give them,
why do you have to differentiate it? Why can't it just be the same for both? What benefit if I currently own a building, right, and I'm going to have this ability and it's unique to me here, what does that have to do with somebody doing new construction? I just want to understand why you say they should have more of a benefit.
I think, looking again with a historic preservation perspective, we're trying to preserve that architectural fabric, that unique architectural fabric. And, we have a conservation district in North Beach that helps guide new development to be compatible with the existing architectural fabric, but nothing is better than just preserving the existing building scale, position, and just adding FAR on top of it. And that's just, I've done that formula, and it's just, you're not incentivized. You're going to build new. You're going to wait till a storm comes. Your building's pretty much, demolished, and you're going to build new instead of preserving that structure. So I want to give the bonus FAR to the new construction, but I also want to try to counterbalance the incentive of developing new versus the private decision to preserve the building. And the only way that would happen is if there was an added bonus associated with preserving it versus new construction.
I got it. I mean, I think I would just, if a 0.5 is significant enough on an existing structure, I mean, I would just say make it 0.5 across the board. I mean, making 1.5, 1.7 as an example, I just don't, that's where I was going with it, but I understand your point.
The design envelope wouldn't, like for the conservation district, we reduced the height from 5 to 4. So I think the design envelope and the setbacks would find it hard to be able to increase the FAR by 0.5 and still maintain that height restriction. So that's, I guess, an analysis Rogelio and Michael need to figure out. Is in certain districts, it's easier, again, with a smaller density or FAR districts, how that design envelope restricts the intention of using this added FAR.
I think that makes sense. And does this apply to single family homes? Because currently,
no, none of this. This only applies to FAR. We don't use FAR for single family.
Well,
so
unit size is 0.5, basically. Yeah. All right.
Correct. So that'd be a completely separate discussion.
And just overall, in the purpose of the discussion, you mentioned a lot of low density RM1 and CD1. Can you also include residential office? Because residential office, I think, is at 0.75 or 1.0. So just keep that in mind as a low density district when you're looking across the board at all your ordinances.
You mean because more people will be working at home, Daniel? Is that what you?
No, we have these unique residential office districts. They're really cool. They're located within the RM1 in patches. There's not a lot of them, and they have a 3-story height limitation, and I think they're at a 0.75 FAR. 0.7 FAR. So there are not a lot of them, and people often confuse them with RM1 because they're usually surrounded by RM1, but they allow for a multi-use and a mixed use.
Right. I know. Thank you for that. I just can't help reflect on whether we're just putting fingers in the dike. I've seen some pictures of the future of Miami Beach if the seas rise 10 feet. So the question philosophically is, are we just putting our fingers in the dike? I mean, I heard a story the other day about mass migration and people are going to be moving out of here and everything's going to be underwater, and Miami Beach might be a city of canals. And so it's kind of, it's a bit scary for those of us who live here.
Well, you know, I think Rogelio, as part of our discussion on commercial height standards later on, is going to talk about, with a presentation, the projections for sea level rise and how those numbers have influenced our recommendation for commercial height standards. So you'll see some more information on that later on today.
And just, you know, my belief on that, David, is I don't think it's that hard. You know, I think it's overwhelming in scale, but I don't think it's that hard to raise our streets and start to adapt new construction standards. We're a 7-mile long, 1 mile wide island, and we can do it. It's just a question of the cost of doing it and how do we pay for that? You know, so our property taxes and the value of living on the beach would be so high. So if you wanted to live on the beach, you would certainly be paying a premium to be able to do that.
And will we get federal funds, I mean, to do it?
No, I think the federal government's position has been to encourage you not to develop in low-lying areas, and the FEMA maps do that. The removal of subsidies for flood insurance, how they use the National Flood Insurance Program. You know, all of these are policies, and I don't think the federal government's wrong in the sense that if a storm comes and wipes you out because you're in a low-lying area, should I be using federal funds to encourage you to redevelop only for the next storm to come and wipe you out again, and that cycle will continue and continue and continue? It's hard for us to say that in Florida because so much of our development's along the coastline. So, you know, that ideology is tough to swallow for us, but overall it's true. We shouldn't keep on using federal tax dollars to encourage redevelopment in areas that we know are going to be prone to be demolished again, and we're one of those areas.
Yeah, so we're using our dollars, taxpayer dollars. If you follow that rationale to the end, it may not be practical for anybody to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you look at New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, you know, there were plenty of neighborhoods where, you know, they drafted master plans that said just do not redevelop in these low-lying areas. You know, and that's going to be applied nationally, except that, you know, we have these large cities like major metropolitan areas like Houston. The entire city of Houston is in a low-lying area. Can we abandon Houston? Can we abandon, you know, Miami? I mean, to your point, I think, you know, David, it's just going to be increasingly difficult to adapt, and it's going to be a combination of as much adaptation as possible and then new resilient construction. So I like these efforts to adopt ahead of time if possible, but how to make it affordable.
You know, I agree completely, but I'm just, you know, fearful that if the seas rise 10 feet, what happens to Miami Beach, despite these resiliency efforts? That's, you know, what's going to happen?
Venice, yeah.
For Venice, right.
10 feet would be significant, and it would have nothing at that point to do with us being adaptive. We would lose all of our fresh water, all of our drinking water that sustains the growth of Florida. So, you know, the saltwater table cannot mix with our aquifer, and if so, we lose our drinkability, and at that point, these are real issues, you know, about population growth, and the way the direction Florida is going. It'd be a complete reverse of, you know, the last 2 decades of trends of people moving from the Northeast down to the Southeast.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be people moving out of here.
But with 10 feet of sea level rise, you know, New York City will be in equally a precarious position, which they are.
But they can build seawalls. We can't because of the limestone. They're on granite. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
And Amsterdam has dikes, but they're not built on limestone. So.
And New Orleans and Houston can use levees, and we can't. It's true. So we got to go up. But
are we ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah.
Scary, isn't it?
Rogelio, we didn't speak about your ratio. You're using a point system. So overall, I'm assuming you're going to convert points into an FAR calculation.
Right. So you could get those points would be an extra 0.25 FAR. You can pick from the menu, but overall it would be capped. So you couldn't pick enough items where you would exceed the overall cap. Well, you could. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't get more bonus points than what would be allowed per district.
The points would have to convert into enough of an incentive. So I don't think we're going to get into telling you what that should be, but just try to understand it should add up to something good.
A good incentive. Okay. So thanks for that discussion.
Affordable housing next, right?
The next one that we have is first level interior transitional access for non-residential buildings. So this would be exempting ramps and steps that allow you to go from the existing sidewalk level to the interior floor. Currently, a lot of commercial properties don't want to elevate their ground floor because it requires ADA ramping and that in many cases can take up a lot of space. Or they put the ramps on the exterior and they're just not attractive at all. So this would allow them to have their ramping in the interior and not consume their FAR by all this ramping that would be required, and incentivize them to raise their ground floor to improve the resiliency of the commercial structure.
This would be for new construction also?
It could be for existing construction that wants to elevate their first floor.
Yeah, I think later in our discussion today about commercial space and harmonization, I think that ADA issue is real because the grade of the ramp to accommodate for that height increase. So the higher it is, the longer the ramp, and the limited size of the retail space, internalizing it is what we want from a planning perspective, but it would literally take up 30% of the store to get in. It'd be very ugly. So I like that, that consideration.
I agree.
So, okay. So we'll put that as a definitely good to consider.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next item is the one that had an FAR item go to the voters. I believe it was last year, if not the year before. And that was to allow volumetric buildings such as theaters, could potentially be an old warehouse, so that we don't have too many in the city, to insert floor slabs in the interior and be able to reuse that space. So we have a lot of theaters. They're not being used as theaters throughout the city. And so this would allow them, they have very, very high volumes, very high ceiling heights in a one-story building. So this would allow them to insert a floor in order to encourage some sort of habitable reuse of the structure. So this idea would be to give them a fixed cap of how much extra FAR they would get and allow them for the introduction of a floor into an existing building. It could be useful in encouraging adaptive reuse of some historic theaters, such as I think the Roosevelt Theater on 41st Street, even though that one's not historic, but they're probably at their FAR limit. We have several on Washington Avenue that could perhaps consider this. So that's the item.
And Rogelio, with regards to the measure that failed on the ballot and the question that was asked earlier, what was the reason primarily for the failure? If you know.
I'm not sure why it failed. I guess just generally the voters are skeptical of any FAR increase in general. Maybe they would have been more comfortable if they knew specific sites for which it would apply, but then you would have potentially spot zoning considerations if it was for just a specific lot. But I can't speak to the voters.
But that was specifically this provision D that we're talking about?
Correct.
There's not many theaters, so the analysis wouldn't be too difficult as far as theaters within districts. I don't know how you're counting FAR in that volumetrics. I just don't, I have 2 theaters in North Beach and they're both, I think, in CD2s. So I think there's plenty of FAR left for them. I don't know what other code requirements they're triggering. But if this is for the adaptive reuse of theaters, the Roosevelt's been closed for, I don't know, I guess since I've been born. And the 2 theaters in North Beach, there is no adaptive reuse. I mean, it's really hard to consider. Thank God I don't have a nightlife, because obviously the best adaptive reuse of a theater would be a club. So, I do agree that this is something you need to analyze and would be favorable because those theaters they're not going to do anything. I mean, we're not bringing back theaters of that size, and even the large ones, we don't know what's going to happen.
May not be bringing back any theaters.
Well, and to be clear, when we say adaptive reuse, that usually implies a change of use. So like taking a theater and converting it to housing or something like that. Is that what we're talking about? Or we're talking about maintaining the theater, but elevating the ground floor, for instance, or adding an extra mezzanine level?
It would likely be converting to another use.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they typically have very high ceiling heights, and they have more than enough room to introduce a new floor.
Yeah.
So it would allow them to do that.
Don't a lot of those theaters have second floors? Because they had balconies. A lot of those theaters, like I think the Surf and the Normandy, I think they have second floors up there.
Yeah, they have the balcony, but that then has an open volume, so that would allow them to continue that slab.
To continue it out.
Right.
And just think about the 50% rule. I think you can add a floor without triggering a 50% rule. So, if you're going to give them additional FAR, if that's what you're thinking about, incentivize them to bring the ground floor up. I certainly want to incentivize any investment into existing structure, but at the same time, this is about resiliency. So these policies for FAR increase and bonuses have to be tied to making the building resilient. Otherwise, we're encouraging more development that's not resilient. That is the long-term concern and problem for the future.
Okay. That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree with that. And not to go backwards, but back to C, which we just looked at, the first level interior transitional access. If we're just exempting the square footage of the ramp or the stair, are we just exempting that, or are we adding additional FAR in order to do that?
In this case, it would be an exemption because it can vary how much they need. So providing an additional bump up in the FAR wouldn't necessarily ensure that it would get used for this particular item.
It might make sense to incentivize that, or because I'm not, to the earlier point, it's going to take up a lot of square footage in existing space. It doesn't count as additional effort, but that FAR is already there. I'm not sure anyone would take advantage of that, but it might be worth awarding a bonus point for that or something.
Okay. We'll add that to the considerations. See if bonus is needed.
Yeah, I think Nick, if I can just respond to that. So yeah. I think the thought would be if your ramping area takes up 500 square feet, that's 500 square feet you'd be able to provide for actual usable floor space. So I think we wouldn't want to have somebody, just get that benefit of 500 square feet if all they needed was a 10 square foot ramp. So I think it would be proportional to the size of accessible space that's needed. So that's why I think it should be directly related to what the area is, which of course would be higher as the difference between the street elevation or sidewalk and the flood elevation is.
You're thinking they would either, build out, although they probably are already at their setbacks, or build up, like add the 500 square feet to the top.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we want to move to the next one, or I think we're pretty good on this one.
I think we're good. So the next one would be exempting the floor area of existing contributing buildings which are elevated. I think Michael kind of touched on this one earlier. It would require some additional study to identify eligible structures, determine the fixed cap on the amount of FAR that would be exempt, and we'd have to, this perhaps would be better to be guided through the up and coming resiliency code. But the idea here is that they would be able to fully raise a structure, and then if there's any extra land on the site, they could use that and build another building to offset these costs, or do an addition to the building as part of raising it. You know, and hopefully incentivize that process to take place.
Would that automatically inure to all buildings in designated local historic districts?
In this case, we're looking at designated historic buildings or designated historic sites. Historic districts, contributing building in a historic district, or designated historic sites.
So can you clarify exactly what you're exempting, what FAR you're exempting to be counted? Are you talking about the entirety of the first floor square footage?
So we don't have an exact number. We need to do some analysis as to the math of making this work. But the idea is that at least a portion of the existing structure be exempted from the FAR limit. So if a building is at or close to the allowable FAR, let's say it's 2, the building takes up 1.75, that extra 2.25 might not be enough to offset the cost of raising that structure. So we would give you, we would allow you to exempt a portion of the existing building so that you maybe have 0.5 available or 1 available so that you can do an addition to help offset that cost.
Right, and that would make sense. Like that's kind of what I was going back and forth with Daniel about. Now the giving more to encourage someone to take an action that you want to reward them for. That makes a lot of sense to me, and I think we should do that.
Yeah, I think out of everything, we haven't gone through all of it, but I think this is the most impactful. You know, when someone's trying to preserve a building within that's contributing, let's just use the term contributing because we have National Registry districts that I'd like for you to consider that are not local historic districts. Preserving a building is preserving a building. And if someone's going to take the effort to preserve it, they should all benefit from that incentive, whether they're in the district or not, so long as they're categorized as contributing through some other type of overlay or district. I certainly feel this is the reality of preserving a neighborhood. And I agree that we still have a design envelope, we still have a height restriction, we still have setbacks that are non-conforming that you need to consider, because we're going to trigger that added development in a 50% rule, and then that non-conforming setback's not going to apply. But the conservation district was very detailed in that regard and already takes a lot of that into consideration. So I certainly feel you can add that full 1.0 FAR and maintain the design envelope. Is still much better to preserving the architectural fabric than new construction. And again, Nick would know this better, but we're going to trigger so many life safety requirements, surpassing that 50% rule, staircases, so many things that are going to be required. It's really hard to pass that 50% and preserve a building.
What about this is a little bit of a diversion, but what about all those buildings that are in national historic districts being designated historic local districts?
I think they should be included. If
Yeah,
they're part of the National Registry, they should be included. It doesn't have to be limited to a local historic district. It just should be limited to a contributing building.
Okay, I'll add that to the discussion, to the recommendation. Okay, should we move on to the next item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next item is providing a bonus for affordable and/or workforce housing. That's basically it. We'd have to do some additional study as to what that bonus should be in order to actually provide a true incentive for this to get done. So,
well, if I may, you know, I chair the Affordable Housing Committee for the City of Miami Beach. I was appointed to that committee as a planning board member, so one of us on the planning board has a seat on the Affordable Housing Committee. and they appointed me chair. And just at the last meeting this week, we invited Rogelio to come and speak to us about incentives for affordable housing. You know, I want to educate you guys on the difference between affordable and workforce, but we talked about both. But you know, affordable housing is a concern as we try to make properties more resilient. That's going to take investment and money, and that money is going to end up, you know, requiring a higher cost of living or sale or rent, and we're going to displace some of our, you know, existing residents in our community. So we have to keep looking at affordable housing. We have some goals that we're trying to set as far as affordable housing units within our city, and we're far from that. And there's really, what we determine is that there's not enough incentives. So there's just very little incentive.
Daniel, I'd like to ask you, how do you, what is the difference between affordable and workforce housing, and how do you define affordable housing in Miami?
So I really, you know, I'll say very brief, you know, the workforce housing isn't an issue just yet. It will be in the future. It's trying to encourage our workers, like our teachers and city employees, to invest and live here in the city. Long-term wise, I think that will become an issue because if I'm not mistaken, affordable housing is 140% of AMI, while affordable housing, I believe, is 80% of AMI. So
I think it's 80 to 140 for workforce and 80 below for affordable.
Correct. So I think what's really pressing us today that we see in front of my eyes, I see it, is affordable housing. Particularly, for example, look at our senior population, you know, and you know, over the last 5 to 10 years, as insurance costs go up, as property taxes go up, as the cost of water goes up, rent goes up, and that population is displaced and they have to move more west where it's more affordable. So just focusing on affordable housing, we have no affordable housing incentive. And what other cities do is two things. One is inclusionary housing, and the other is an FAR bonus. And the FAR bonus is extremely effective for new development. We've had so much new development that if we had an FAR bonus for a developer to take advantage, and in return for that extra FAR, he can either include affordable housing units within his project, or he can build affordable housing units elsewhere in the city. I think the private market would very quickly take care of our affordable housing issue.
I agree. Yeah.
And instead of making it a burden on our tax base, which I think is extremely expensive, I think we need to take advantage of the development community and provide this bonus FAR that they will certainly take advantage of, and start creating affordable housing units as they create their luxury units.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think that, you know, I'd like to see something where we consider, certainly for developers to bring this type of product and solve the problem, as Daniel has alluded to, something with reduced parking, I think is definitely something you want to have there, because you're talking about an income level that may not necessarily have access to vehicles or multiple vehicles that would, you know, meet the kind of parking requirements that currently are on the books. I think that you definitely want to have something with bonus height. Rogelio, you mentioned Miami 21. I think that they have a lot of existing things that we can look at and really, you know, consider incorporating into our program on the beach. I think the bonus FAR, you know, and the height can be managed depending on what part of the city it's in, but definitely bonus FAR. And then I would also go to design criterias, you know, where you may have restrictive design criterias in a particular area. We want to make them less restrictive for somebody who's making the investment into an affordable housing development, or producing some type of mixed income housing where they're doing inclusionary zoning, as Daniel mentioned, where they're saying, hey, I'm building a market rate building, but I'm going to set aside X number or X percentage unit of units rather to be set aside for workforce or affordable.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you would know this better than me, Kareem, but you know, the cost to build a high standard building or a luxury building versus the cost of building an affordable project, the cost of construction isn't that different on Miami Beach. You know, the soft costs and the hard costs are the same. It might be the finishes So, I don't see why the private market would go to develop a building that's affordable when they can do market and have a better formula, because they're going to have to meet the same design standards. They're going to have to hire the same professionals, go in front of the same boards. And ultimately, they'll end up pretty much relatively same costs, except when it comes to finishes and unit size.
That is true. And it even gets worse when you have certified payroll and other things that you have to adhere to because of gap financing and other sources of funding that you're going to get to subsidize those units. So you're building a unit that doesn't have the return for the developer because the income restriction is there. So that person cannot pay more than X dollars for that unit. So if you set it aside for that person who has a cap on the amount of money that they can pay for rent, then therefore you're lowering your return, and you usually go out into the market and say, hey, I need a subsidy from a city, a county, or a state low-income housing tax or whatever, tax credits. And that becomes the challenge. And to your point, the cost of development is the same. That block or brick or flooring material doesn't know that it's supposed to be cheaper because it's going in affordable housing. It just knows that it's $1.25 or $1.50 a block, and that block is going to be built on Miami Beach or the city of Miami in an affordable housing or a market rate. So that becomes a challenge. The costs are really the same in many regards. I mean, to your point, the finishes are what may increase the cost slightly, but the core building costs are the same.
So you're essentially saying that if you're living if you're paying $5 million for a Faena House apartment or 87 Park apartment, you're getting the same quality construction as you would get in, any ordinary apartment house?
Well, let's not term it quality. I don't want to mislead anybody with regards to finishes and things like that. But if I'm building a wall structure, that wall structure is the same whether it's in the Faena House or if it's on another building built somewhere else. I mean, the structural element.
Concrete is concrete.
But if you look at an apartment house like the King Cole, all the apartments have concrete block walls. You can't hear your neighbors. The walls are all concrete. Newer buildings, I guess, have less expensive drywall construction. But if that's the only difference, it's kind of puzzling to me.
Yeah, I mean, Nick can attest to this too as he designs. I mean, the wall standards for party walls separating two units are the same whether it's the Faena House or not. I mean, a developer can choose to go beyond the requirement, but I mean, the wall standards are the same. I mean, Nick, you can maybe speak to it a little bit better.
Yeah, no, I mean, just a major driver of construction costs in South Florida is the cost of concrete. It's approximately $100 a foot for just shell costs, and then so it's whatever goes on top of that. But that is a real construction cost that's consistent no matter what it is, and that's why we have to incentivize by offering additional FAR, which we haven't been allowed to do in the past. We looked at possibilities of, I think a couple of years ago, we looked at penalizing developers who didn't provide that. That was just kind of a non-starter. This is really the only way to get, to address this issue. And I forget what the statistics are, maybe Daniel knows, but Miami is like 50th out of, top 50 metropolis in the US in terms of workforce and affordable housing, or Miami Beach anyway. I mean, we are like really the worst in the country, and we've got to do something to address this. So I hope we can, get this approved as a ballot measure and start to incentivize this. Ultimately, it's going to help the city a lot. If you provide workforce housing in the beach, people aren't commuting from Kendall or from Sweetwater all the way here, and it's going to reduce traffic. It's going to be much better for the city generally.
Yeah, and I, first of all, I'd like to ask the chair for his consideration for us to set a discussion item on affordable housing, just listening to us speak about it and understanding Kareem's in-depth knowledge of affordable and workforce housing. I think it would be amazing to have a discussion item and allow our work or, my participation on affordable housing on behalf of the planning board to bring that over to the planning board and invite that department to come over. We now have a commissioner sitting on our committee. So that commissioner can now sponsor policy changes to incentivize affordable housing. And that was a state requirement to help these required committees have more teeth and ability to incentivize affordable housing, because it really is an issue. And then we've still got to combat the stigma of an affordable housing project in your neighborhood. So, you know, no one wants it in their backyard. And, you know, it's a social issue that, you know, we need to accept as something for a balanced community, is to have a certain amount of affordable housing in it. And to your point, Nick, I am concerned with penalizing development, because, you know, we've already missed that window. You know, most of the development has taken place, and they have those entitlements. And the one neighborhood that would end up, you know, carrying most of that cost would be North Beach. And I think that would be enough to keep it from moving forward into the plan we've envisioned for our town center. But there are not many areas in our city that can handle that. You can build efficient, affordable housing. And in our call with Rogelio, we determined that town center would be the most efficient place to build affordable housing. So again, Mr. Chair, if you want to consider it, we can certainly set this as a discussion item to broaden it further.
Well, listen, I'm a practitioner in the business, but I think that it's really, really super important. And the NIMBYism issue, I think, is lost when you look at, on me at least, when you look at the number of people that we have that work in the community here on Miami Beach that could benefit by being able to live, work, and play just like any other development. And then again, opening up, you know, it doesn't mean that everybody's going to take advantage of it, right? But if you open up inclusionary zoning and somebody has a way on, you know, maybe a piece of property that they don't want to sell, but they want to develop it, or whatever the reason, you know, just giving the option on the table, I think, is well worth it. And yes, I would love to have a discussion on it. Let's work with staff. Daniel, I'll make contact with you. We'll work with staff to get a agenda item there.
Great. And then one last on this topic of affordable and workforce housing. One of the ways I've seen the FAR increase voter referendum get around is by vacating the street. So, you know, do we want to consider where if you were to build an affordable housing project, the city would vacate the street in front of it, they would deed it back, and then you can use that FAR in the project. It just sounds site specific, and a formula that might be something you can consider that wouldn't require an FAR referendum, but a commission vote. Again, not a happy topic when you're talking to the community, trying to explain it. They're very sensitive to giving away right of way, but it's on paper. It's a mechanism, a tool that allows you to do that and circumvent what I am assuming would circumvent the charter requirement.
Yeah, so maybe Rogelio add that in as a consideration. I think that's another idea to get there without you know, poking a lot of people in directions that they may not be willing to go.
Okay.
Is that going to be a ballot? Is that going to be a ballot initiative, or is it just something the commission's going to decide after they get our input?
Has to be approved by the voters, I believe, right? Voter referendum.
Yes, anything that we discussed today would ultimately have to be approved by the voters.
I would recommend, I think on that particular issue of rights of way, that's a site specific determination. It's also more a question of how we dispose of public property rather than a question of FAR. I think what's before you is sort of a menu of potential FAR incentives where the city has, you know, the city has vacated rights of way in recent history because those rights of way are able to be incorporated somehow in projects in which the city is a partner. So I think, you know, as far as you know, the broader policy discussion that the board is having, I would recommend sort of taking that separately.
But let me ask you, Nick, now that you bring up that point, though, isn't the city being active in promoting affordable housing, and almost like an infrastructure contribution would be, it's a non-financial payment contribution to promoting affordable housing. So doesn't it kind of serve in the same vein, or no?
I guess it could serve in the same vein, but the issue is that, it's I wouldn't look at the vacations of city rights of way that we're all familiar with, right? Like 500 Alton or Ocean Terrace. I wouldn't look at those as FAR measures solely. The city decided to vacate rights of way for those particular projects because of how the right of way was going to play a role in the broader project. Where I think you're looking at broader policy initiatives. So if you want to incentivize affordable workforce housing, I think it would make sense for staff to do the study that Rogelio is alluding to and determine, what amount of FAR would actually have the effect of incentivizing the project that you would want to see. I think that's the better approach as a policy matter.
And I brought it up mostly for our future discussion item. I know it's a heavy issue to take on, probably not specific to our current discussion item, but if we had a future discussion item on affordable housing, I just wanted to know I've seen that mechanism in place. And for 87th Park, that wasn't an exchange for a community, that was exchange for money. And that money was then used for improvements in the community. So it is a mechanism that's being used. That door has been opened, and I'd like to see if that door can be open for the benefit of providing affordable housing as just a discussion.
Okay.
Fair enough. So let's just asterisk and we'll come back to it. You want to go to the next one? Did anybody else have any more comment? I didn't want to dominate, but all right. So Rogelio, let's go to the next one, the TOD.
The next one is providing bonus for transit-oriented development along defined corridors. This one, we would recommend that if you like the idea that we consider that after in 2021, so that we can get a better idea of what kind of transit the county will be moving forward with as part of the SMART plan and the beach corridor. But so the idea here is that we give an FAR incentive to develop transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development is in development that encourages the use of transit because of its layout. It's pedestrian friendly, because of infrastructure that they provide. So they may be able to provide centralized parking locations so that residents can drive there, park, and then use the transit to go outside of the city. They can perhaps have significant bicycle parking so residents can bike there, users can bike there, and then leave the city. It could have parking for other modes of transit, for buses, for trolleys, for the little carts that move people around. So it could have a slew of things that enhances the use of public transportation. And so these things consume FAR. So if we want to get the private sector to help us do these things and consume FAR for these elements that are involved in a transit-oriented development, we would need to provide some sort of an incentive for that to happen.
So we already do some things today. We've tied parking requirements to alternatives, either distance to a public transportation or bicycle parking that you provide on site, and I've seen people taking advantage of that. So that's good. Almost all new development, I see the bicycle rooms, and I know you have different categories and levels of bicycle, whether they provide showers or stuff like that. I kind of forget the details. At what point are we giving them too much? I don't know. I can think of when we finally decide that the parking's their choice and we remove the parking requirement from everybody and we just allow the private market to set that because we have such a strong transportation services, then we no longer have an incentive. So right now, the reduced parking requirement kind of incentivizes them to do this, at what point is parking no longer an incentive because we removed it? So there's no carrot. You know, I'm trying to, out of everything you said, what made sense was, you know, not having those facilities count towards FAR. And I'm just kind of curious how we codify that.
So the idea here would be that they're providing additional infrastructure beyond their own needs. So they have their current parking requirements for whatever uses are provided on the site. So let's say they're providing some commercial uses on the site. They're going to have their own parking requirement for that. The idea here is that and bicycle parking and vehicle parking. So the idea here is that they go above and beyond that in providing, if parking is what we need, it may not be what we need, additional FAR for parking for residents to be able to get there, or additional bicycle parking areas beyond what they need for themselves so that residents can bike there.
So like in Amsterdam, a parking garages for bicycles that has lockers and showers, where if someone was commuting on a bike, there's a facility they can go to that's not necessarily tied to their building. That's a public facility. Transit stops on private property. So taking the bus stop off of the right of way and putting that on private property as an example. I think those are all great ideas, but yeah, I guess there's an endless amount of things we can come up with.
Yeah, so this would be specific to corridors, depending on what type of transit is being provided on the corridors. So if it's for, you know, for Metro Mover or some sort of a light rail, or if it's just a bus rapid transit system, it would have to depend on what type of system we're going to be providing in the future, the amount of volume that we see using that facility. So there's a lot of variables here. But it's just if you generally like the concept, we can explore it further as we get more details as to the type of transit that Miami-Dade County will be providing in the future.
And listen, I think it's a terrific concept. I think it's just premature right now to talk about it. We have no clue. Well, I mean, we have, I guess, some sense of where it could be, but this is really just, you know, it's too speculative right now to really discuss too much, except I think it's a great concept.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that's all the direction that we need, that as transit develops to come back in the future with recommendations so that we can facilitate the use of transit. So, okay, should we continue to the next topic?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so the next one is strategic FAR increases within specific zoning districts. We currently only have one recommendation here. There could perhaps be others. But initially in the RM1 district and CD1 districts, those have very low FARs. Their FAR is 1.25. New building code requirements are requiring them to provide things such as elevators and additional stairwells, things that do count towards FAR, and they consume about 8% additional of a building's available FAR. Which in the case of these low scale districts is significant and uses a lot of their available floor area. So the idea here is that the FAR would increase from 1.25 to 1.35 for these districts, which would give them about an extra 800 square feet on an 8,000 square foot lot. So that would be the thought there, in order to facilitate them complying with all of the building code requirements.
So thank you. This is such a real issue, particularly in the RM1, you know, where it's so inefficient. You're losing about 15 to 20% if you get a good architect of your FAR towards these life safety, these requirements that are imposed. I guess it comes back to the original reason why all this is in front of us. Why not just make those exemptions instead of trying to increase an FAR? Because increasing an FAR, even if we understood it from being in industry, it's just not a good public perception of increasing FAR, you know, and this doesn't seem like a public benefit. It seems like the reality of, if you want someone to build and build resilient, meaning they're going to rebuild the property to make it resilient and meet all the new codes, then they're not incentivized because it's becoming so inefficient, and you'll ultimately end up with townhomes. You know, ultimately in the RM1, everyone's going to end up building townhomes, as that's where you don't lose all that FAR. You know, so I think this is my question to you is, why not consider exemptions?
The exemptions would, if we were to exempt that from the FAR calculation, and they could apply to all districts, and in some districts there is sufficient FAR to accommodate these things, and that could add to the bulk and mass of the building, and that may not be a desirable situation in some other districts.
But isn't bulk and mass like set up by other criteria in design envelope, like height and setbacks? And, you know, is FAR really at that point controlling the massing of the building if we're already okay with certain heights and setbacks? Like, I don't do the analysis, but I guess you guys did it for 500 Alton. That settlement that you guys ended up with that developer, how much additional square footage did that interpretation result in the project? And how much did that expand the height and floor plate of the building? Because our code's so specific, we're even putting floor plate restrictions now on larger sites. I get your point in the smaller district, and again, don't forget residential office.
Okay.
This might be a better way to do it, but just overall.
But Daniel, I think we don't want to have a different definition for FAR depending on what district you're in. So I think if we're going to include or exclude them in terms of the stairwells and elevators, it would have to be in the definition. So I think our better solution here is to increase the FAR for these RM1 and CD1 districts. Otherwise, I think there would be a challenge with having a different definition for FAR depending on what zoning district you're in. So I think that's why we went this route versus changing it for all districts.
I don't disagree with you. I don't think it's a significant increase in FAR, but I am now concerned with back to each district. We have overlays in each district that design envelope may not accommodate that additional FAR because we made it so tight. And for the conservation district, I don't know if we can fit it in that height, setback, view corridor, all those requirements.
Yes, I think you're right. If you look to the most extreme example is when the town center FAR increase was approved, where we had zoning districts that went from a 1.25 FAR to 3.5. So of course that was an excessive amount of FAR that had to be accommodated. The only way to accommodate that was to increase the height substantially. So I do agree, we have to take a look and see wherever we are increasing the FAR, if we would need a corresponding height increase to accommodate that, especially in districts where we have lowered the height, for example, in the North Beach Conservation District areas.
Yeah, and I mean, we were so specific in that code. We provided very little flexibility in the sense that all of our front yard setbacks and like there's so many requirements, it's so tight. I just, please consider that, but I do agree, and I want everyone to understand that, you know, the fire code is going to keep on changing, and, you know, they're requiring BDA rooms and 2 staircases. And if you want to activate your rooftop and make it a real livable community and give a public space, you have to add another staircase. And all of these life safety requirements take away from the equation for the developer to build, which is what we consider the inefficiency of the building. So all of the square footage that is not sellable.
And remember, we have the ballot initiatives on for this November to exempt things like fire control rooms, stairwells and elevators above the roof deck to provide activation. So I think that hopefully, if it's passed, will give some relief to the inclusion of those items or the exclusion of those items in the FAR calculations.
Agreed. I'm sorry, but I find it really hard how to explain to a resident that we're going to increase FAR in a conservation district. It's such a hard conversation to have. It really is. No matter how much we understand it, a resident's just not going to accept it so easily.
Well, if you wanted to, we could exclude, those RM1 districts located in a conservation district from taking advantage of this FAR increase if it was increased.
How many of our RM1s are not historic? I don't know. I think if it should be citywide, including historic districts. I think the hardness of the conversation is the same, whether it's a historic district or not. Residents like their low-lying neighborhoods, I think we would need a lot of studies to show how insignificant that additional FAR is to the overall volume of the building.
Mhm.
For CD1, I do agree that for some reason is such a low FAR for any type of commercial district. No one's gonna redevelop a one-story building. You know, no one's gonna build something new that's just gonna be one story. And I think in the CD1, it's certainly an area where we can consider an increase in FAR.
Okay. All right. So consider stairwell exemptions. Okay. Should we? I think we have some good direction there. Should we move on to the next item?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is the creation of a transfer of development rights program in specified areas of the city. Again, we don't have any specific recommendations as to where these should be right now. So we do have some ideas, perhaps historic districts or low-lying areas. And the idea here is that any additional FAR that they have available and unused, a transfer site would be able to sell those development rights to a receiving site where there is additional ability to develop. And in exchange for that compensation, if it's a historic district, for example, where the transfer site is, they would perhaps be required to restore the building or adapt to sea level rise or different standards that we could come up with, and help those property owners be able to fund improvements to those properties, and then allow the receiving site some additional capacity to build a larger building that is more resilient as well. So this is something that's commonly done in other cities. Miami 21 has it as well, in order to help fund historic preservation, specifically in Miami. And so it's something that we could consider here. It's something we had studied for the North Beach area and Washington Avenue area a long time ago, but for the North Beach area, we ultimately decided on just a standard FAR increase for the town center.
And to your point, the reason we decided that was because we didn't have enough receiving. So we had so much TDRs to sell and not enough places for them to go to make it viable. And then it brought up the whole question of who sets the rate of the TDR, and should we just buy FAR directly from the city, which tied into our public benefit program for added height in town center ultimately. But what was so successful, for example, on Biscayne Boulevard in the MIMO district, was that there was so much receiving end with the Miami 21. So there was so much available FAR to be used, and the code kind of forced you, well, if you want that FAR, you can either buy it from me or you can go buy it from the person who owns that building on MIMO. And that really worked because the developers were so willing to pay for that added FAR, and then that gave the property owner the money for the incentive. So my question to you here is, if we did it looking at the North Beach RM1, would you ever consider that FAR to be sold and put back into the district? Or where would that FAR, what would be the receiving district?
So like I said, we don't have any specific recommendations right now, but just off the top of my head, I would say you'd probably want the receiving districts to be the RM3, CD3 districts that are already high, and perhaps a little more might make them a little more flexible. Maybe the RM2 districts in certain areas, maybe not all of them, but in some areas along West Avenue or along or you know, maybe even some of the CPS districts in South of Fifth area might be viable. But that's something that we don't have any specific recommendations right now. We'd have to completely analyze that. That might be a good idea to look at as part of the new code that we're potentially working on. So it's just, right now, it's just a broad concept.
So when you put 2 and 3 together, they're giving a gift in 2 that's potentially marketable in 3.
Perhaps, yeah.
I mean, I've done a couple transactions in City of Miami like that, and it works, and there's a market for it. I mean, it seems like what Daniel was saying, it's going to be a little cheap if there's too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and maybe too cheap.
I mean, I can tell you every condo in RM1 would immediately start selling their FAR because they're condoed, you know, and they would try to sell that, and developers would go out there and target them. And that discussion came up as to, does the city set the price of the FAR? It's kind of like a stock, right? So, you know, there has to be some analysis done to make it viable. And I'm not the expert on that, but I guess, you know, the city wouldn't allow them to be undercut. So you either pay this or you buy it from me at this rate. So the city's kind of doing that. And do we tie the TDR receiving site to an affordable housing or workforce housing project at that point, where the seller can benefit to preserve the building? And then, I don't know, it does get complicated.
Yeah, in Miami, they have you have options for that bonus FAR. One of them is pay into the public benefits fund, and the city has a fee for that depending on what neighborhood you're in. In Brickell, it's probably very high. In Alapata, Model City, it's probably lower. And so that basically sets your ceiling for what a TDR is going to go for. So if the city's public benefit fee is $20 per square foot, a TDR is never going to sell for more than $20 a square foot. It's always going to undercut whatever the city's fee is. And so, to my knowledge, the city has never collected any money in public benefits funds because there is sufficient TDR square footage available to handle the demand.
And I'm assuming also then you're going to have a maximum amount that someone could purchase for their site.
Correct. There would be a limit.
Yeah.
And we have other ideas here. You know, some of the standards that we were talking about earlier, the point system. Maybe it's a whole menu of things. If you want to raise your FAR, you provide some resiliency benefits, or you buy TDRs, or you pay into a city fund. I mean, we could have a whole menu of things of how they could achieve that.
I think you need to do the analysis based on our previous conversation about historic preservation and giving them a bonus FAR. That we'll have to give the community and the voters the option. Hey, we can even give it to them as of right. This is a process. Or we can create a TDR program. My concern is more the receiving sites. Town Center was great because we had so much of an increase, but that was just going to take too long, you know. So, you know, I think our FAR is so well tuned. We're looking at revamping everything related to FAR. I get it. I'm still not sure how willing I am to allow FAR increase across the board at so many levels in a CD2 and an RM2, maybe in RM3 where we downzoned from 4.0 to 3.0. And certainly you can maintain those view corridors and still add a little bit of FAR. I'm trying to also think of where we need incentives. Like in North Beach, we have the Deauville Hotel. So I'm just trying to think of that site specific that can handle so much FARs. You know, there's so much unused FAR there. How does this incentivize that property owner to go do something while still benefiting the lower lining RM1 neighborhood?
So just the idea here is if you're comfortable with us studying the concept is basically the direction that I
think we should. I mean, it works in a lot of areas.
Okay.
All I can say is you must have a lot of time on your hands, Rogelio.
Yeah, they don't keep us busy here.
A lot of studies for you.
Yeah. So the next item would be removing all exemptions and counting everything within the building envelope, including parking, and increasing the FAR across the city. This is another idea from Miami 21. In the previous code, they ran their FAR similar to us. That we exempt parking, we exempt certain things, And so that leads to a very unpredictable result when you're trying to determine what kind of a volume of a building you're going to get. So if you have an FAR of 2 and a very high parking requirement, you may end up with a much larger building than a building with an FAR of 2 and a very low parking requirement. So it's very unpredictable. And so the idea here is that everything would count. We would raise the FAR a little bit. We'd have to determine what exactly that should be in order to accommodate all of the things that were previously exempted, in order to have a more predictable volume for buildings. And it would also facilitate plans review, because we wouldn't have to go through and determine should this particular item be included or excluded as part of the FAR. So those are the advantages to it. However, it may ultimately result in an FAR increase for areas that are not required to provide parking. So those are the things we'd have to look at.
That's a no.
Okay.
I think this is a broader conversation of a form-based code moving away from our current code to like a form-based code. It's like that kind of paradigm shift that at that point, you're just relooking at the entirety of the code of what Miami 21 did. So, you know, if you guys feel you want to take that on right now and, you know, create that type of shift in our code, I think it's a really heavy lift.
Okay.
Although it does make sense. I mean, it's just messy now.
You need a master's degree on Miami Beach code to understand the ins and outs. And very few people can tell you what you can build. People ask all the time, hey, what could I build there? And you just chuckle. You're like, well, that kind of depends on a whole lot of factors, including, you know, what your intent is, and do you value design over, you know, efficiency.
Well, you know, Daniel, I'm hoping that with our new resiliency code, which we are going forward with, that we are going to clean up a lot of things, and especially uses and districts. So hopefully our new zoning code will be much easier to read compared to navigating our current code.
I agree. It's a big can of worms. You can't just do a little bit of it, right? You just got to do it all, you know, and
well,
that
we are.
That takes so much, you know, I don't know if it's a negative thing. We're just always having to amend our code, right? So if we're having to do so many amendments to our LDRs, then that's got to say, you know, one of two things. And the one thing I'll say it says is our code is inadequate and we need to constantly amend it. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't want to say we're favoring developers. I'm just saying there are some, you know, things in our LDRs that could benefit from being revamped and making it a lot easier for someone to understand what they can build.
Yeah, that's our goal, and facilitate our plans review so that our staff can have a clearer understanding of what's allowed and help us with our review of building permits. Okay, so for this one, the recommendation will be that not look at this at this time would be a safe.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think that does it. Those were our suggestions for this discussion.
So just on a not related, not discouraging you, you're going to spend a lot of time on this, and I think everyone needs to be realistic. While it's great to spend time in analysis, also be realistic about what's the likeliness of something passing a citywide referendum. So just try to keep that in mind. You know, here we were pretty open to any good planning objectives and good planning strategies, you know, and I think that's great for a healthy discussion, but there's a political side to this that we're not considering. And I just want you guys internally to understand that you're limited resources, and how much time are you going to spend analyzing things that may not eventually have any voter support for. So just try to take a temperature check, I guess, every once in a while to figure out, as good of a planning idea as it is, would this be something the voters would support? And their support would mean education, you know, educating them to understand the pros and cons and then those checks and balances.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
of these things we expect that our consultant will be able to focus on the details of it and provide us recommendations. And we can guide them on the politics of the local politics and the desires of the community as they're coming up with their recommendations. Other things we can do in-house. So I think you've given us some good direction for how to proceed with some of these items.
Yeah, and I would just, you know, the Miami 21, Rogelio, that Manny Diaz was really instrumental from the top down, really driving and spearheading that effort. So, when I heard Daniel say temperature check, I think, it's a leadership issue too, and it has to be at the right time with the right leadership to really do a comprehensive overhaul.
And I do worry, what I'm leaving my children. I know it seems funny, but as you get older, you try to figure that out, and it really comes back to resiliency and understanding how expensive it's going to be to keep Miami Beach alive, when we're gone. It's just so, that's really the gist of it. That's how you started, the resiliency and how to encourage us to be able to survive, 50, 75 years from now.
Daniel, your last check should bounce.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Your last check should bounce.
Do we need to take public comment on any of this stuff, or?
So
I don't think so. But let me leave it to the city. Go ahead.
It's a discussion item for the board. You can if you so choose, but it's not a requirement. And I don't see anybody with their hand raised.
no.
I can't believe Matisse is not here to speak on this. This is his favorite topic.
Now you've called him up. He might. Let me see. Hold on.
Gonna
Wait a
show up
second.
now.
Thank you very much for allowing us to have this discussion item openly, and it's very enjoyable to speak openly and think about the future and try to figure out some of these long-term planning issues that we have to deal with in order to make sure our city survives tomorrow.
Yeah, the problem is nobody can predict the future. It's very hard, everything, the best laid plans of mice and men oft goes astray. So we have to be careful with what we recommend, and hopefully we do the right thing. But I think you're right, Daniel, about the political implications of wasting time on something that isn't going to get voter support.
But two things are going to happen for sure. Eventually, we will get hit by a hurricane, and the sea is going to rise. So I'll be fine my lifetime, but if I'm leaving investments for my family and children, what do they have? Am I leaving them a burden? At what point do people start abandoning Miami Beach? Because long-term wise, it's not worth that effort. And that concerns me. When does a bank stop underwriting a loan?
That's right. Or when do insurance companies stop writing insurance? And then property values plunge, and it's a downward spiral.
And it's a reality. It can happen. A bank can start saying, no, I'm not giving you finance. And at that point, it's a very slow decline, and with no ability to improve. So I do take it seriously. Again, politically, it's not something you're going to hit in the 8th cycle of being in office. So, this is not going to be a political issue someone who's elected wants to take on during their 8 years, because they're going to make decisions that help the future but hurt the short-term community. So we all have to make sacrifices for a benefit that we probably would never, benefit from.
Yeah, it's true. And everybody sees what's going on around the country, wildfires in California, more and more storms, another 3 hurricanes in a row in the Gulf, and it's happening. It's happening. I won't be right.
All right. Let's let's move on to the
Yeah,
next item.
Let's talk about something brighter.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I don't know that this one is going to be any brighter.
All right, so this is this. I guess our last discussion kind of set this up like a good Dave Chappelle joke. It was like coming, right? So anyway, this is planning board item 20-0394. This is about post-disaster temporary zoning relief, and it has several components in it beyond just quorum. But go ahead, guys, take it away.
Okay, so this item, first, we'd like for you to discuss it. We don't necessarily want a recommendation today. We'd like to renotice it because it does affect some standards regarding use. We'd like to advertise it using our notice requirements for ordinances that amend uses. It technically doesn't amend the list of permitted and prohibited uses, but it does affect that. So in an abundance of caution, we'd like to renotice it, but we would like for you to discuss it today. To introduce it, this item came about as a referral from Commissioner Samuelin as a result of an ordinance adopted by Miami-Dade County, which allows for some waiver of standards after a natural disaster, and also as a result of some of the recommendations in the Resilient 305 manual called Forward 305 Resilient Urban Land Use Planning Toolkit, which was created to allow cities to bounce back quicker after a natural disaster. So this ordinance has four major components. The first one is to authorize partial remote participation for land use boards. Right now, we are able to have this meeting because the governor has waived in-person quorum requirements, which are required by state law. In the future, should we have another disaster or another state of emergency, such as the one we're currently experiencing, and if the governor, for whatever reason, chooses not to suspend the in-quorum person requirement, this provision would allow the city to allow members to participate in person, enough sufficient members to participate in person to achieve a quorum, and the remainder of the members would be allowed to participate remotely. So in the case of the planning board, for an ordinance, we need 4 members to be physically present, and 3 members would be allowed to participate remotely. So it's not ideal, but it gives us some additional flexibility. And so this wouldn't apply if the governor does suspend the in-person quorum requirement. Everybody would be allowed to participate remotely. But should the case happen that doesn't take place, we would be able to proceed in this manner with having meetings.
How long is the current suspension going to last? The dates have been changing.
I can answer that. The current executive order suspending the in-person quorum requirement is through the end of September. So the order expires on October 1st. The only exception is for local government bodies holding a budget or millage rate hearing. So the city commission can meet virtually on October 14th. But unless the governor extends executive order 20-69 again, it is set to expire at the end of September.
Nick, how is it that we have the authority to do this? Right now, the governor's controlling what we do. How is it that we can pass an ordinance and going forward control it ourselves? I don't understand. Because
we meet the requirement of an in-person quorum.
Okay, so it's only. Go ahead.
Right. So that's a great question, Mike. The Attorney General at the beginning of the pandemic issued an opinion reaffirming a long line of prior opinions that any statutory quorum requirement to conduct public business requires the quorum of members to be physically present, and members present by electronic means like teleconferencing or Zoom could not count toward establishing the quorum. However, the opinion also advised that a local government body may conduct meetings by teleconferencing if the in-person quorum requirement were lawfully suspended during a state of emergency, which it was. So the intent of this legislation is more to provide that, let's say in a future state of emergency, whether it's, you know, another wave of the pandemic or whether it's a hurricane, let's say in a future state of emergency, the in-person quorum requirement is not suspended by the governor. What this would really provide is just more, I guess, I would frame it as clarity that you know, that maybe only a quorum needs to be present in person at let's say the commission chambers, and then, you know, that other members could call in. Now, where there is some question, and where I'll continue to work with staff between this meeting and the next meeting when we renotice this for October, is as to whether board members who participate virtually can vote, because historically they cannot. So so the only reason why board members are permitted who are participating virtually are permitted to vote now is because the in-person quorum requirement has been suspended.
Are there indications from the governor's office that the city has asked for this, you know, to be extended?
For this current emergency, you know,
yes, for the ability of us to keep continuing our meetings this way.
That's a great question, David. We've been waiting until almost the end of every month to find out if the executive order is going to be extended again. So, I mean, today is the 22nd. We haven't heard anything yet. But in prior months, I mean, we've waited, I think, almost until the very last day before we've found out whether he's going to extend it again.
Well, I support the idea of post the governor's emergency order and us going back to normal business to find some way to allow board members to participate virtually while we still maintain a public access to the hearing. One thing I've noticed in the virtual world is there's something taken away from community participation inside of a structured in-person meeting. So I think I do want to advocate for a hybrid where, you know, there's certain board members that are present and others can participate virtually. You know, I know Mark, for example, he goes on family vacation for 2 months every year normally, and he can't benefit from participating on the board while he's on vacation. I just don't see any reason why. He's very effective to participate virtually. So I certainly recognize that the hybrid approach as a really good solution long-term for us to consider should state law allow us to do so.
Yeah, and I'm, you know, I'm in the, you know, vulnerable age group, so I would rather participate virtually. And if I had to attend in person, I would be, you know, fearsome of coming.
Right. And by the way, Daniel, I'm actually not on vacation. I work up here, you know, and the problem is that I was missing meetings because there was no way for me to access meetings. I was actually watching meetings up here for the last several years, but I couldn't participate. So I was just watching just to see what's going on. I could have very well been a participant had there been some sort of process for me to participate. So, you know, I'm digging this. I think this is great.
Yeah, I think it's
and
great.
It also enables you, you know, to do that. Like I've been working virtually for 5 years for several months because I have an office in a different location. It's not Miami Beach, and you know it is far more efficient and it works. So I think there's a hybrid that works, because I do believe though that they're still being together still is better.
Yeah, reminds me of how we do condominium association, or what's permitted in a condominium association. In-person participation or remote participation is considered to be the same, and you can vote and do everything. I think it's wonderful if we move it forward with more flexibility.
Yeah, I think the standards are changing. I mean, very rapidly because of the pandemic, and I wouldn't be surprised if that law or statute would be changed to make it easier for board members to participate. And in fact, it increases participation, because normally I go away for 2 months in the summer as well, and It's usually August, and then I miss a meeting, and I wouldn't have to if this were virtual.
Yep, and think of the impact on the environment, you know, as far as vehicles, cars, time. You know, we all have seen it, how traffic has been reduced, and that happened overnight. I mean, prior to the pandemic, what could have the transportation department thought of to reduce traffic so aggressively? And again, it comes back to a shift in technology. But I also feel that the community process needs to allow the community to be seen and heard. You know, I feel such a disconnect, even though they're testifying. I don't mean it in a bad way, but they can't take over a meeting. You know, they can't fill City Hall and really have an impact on something, because, you know, after their 2 minutes, they're just disconnected and you never see them again. You never hear from them again.
Although Daniel, it was effective
Daniel,
on our
that's not necessarily
last.
true.
Oh.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, I think if you have sufficient avenues for public comment or an area they can go to, they can participate just as effectively as they did before. I mean, as far as a demonstration in the street, you're right, but I think that they can make their voices known to the board.
And by the way, David, just to echo that, I mean, I think our last meeting is proof of that, right? I mean, you saw that was probably, I've been on the board for a while. That was probably one of the most, had the most public participation of probably any meeting I've been involved in. And it was palpable. I mean, you felt it. You know, you felt that the public being involved in that.
Yeah,
And I was generalizing for the most part, and not just our meetings, but all community.
No, by the way, I still agree that it's better in person. Okay, I'll take the premise of that.
Maybe if we can see the video, maybe if the public person, we can see them speaking, you know.
I absolutely agree with that.
You know, it'll be analyzed a decade from now. Psychologists will look at the impacts of what this change had and how we communicate and how we receive information. And I just can't help to feel that there is something lost there.
By the way, there are several other components to this item. I'm sorry to interrupt you earlier. I know you were in the middle of your presentation.
So before we leave, Nick, I just think that the general summary there is that we would like to have both, and we would like to have the option of having the public participate from a convention center room or something like that with video as an option as well. And then even if the voting aspect of it is not legally sufficient, that the planning board members could still participate in the discussion even though they may not vote.
Okay.
Can I ask something? You know, like the people who are non-presenters, right? Like in the last month, we couldn't see them. We just heard them. Is that because is there some sort of rule about that, or is that just the technology? Because you know, we do see when the attorneys and the other and the architects present, we do see them.
Well, there's a box now for public comment. So I didn't see that last time. Here, if you go to the gallery view, you'll see there's an empty chair.
No, I understand that, but that, you know, to force someone to drive to the convention center is kind of ridiculous, and they could sit at their house and do the same thing we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's technically possible, I'm sure.
But there's a reason why that we can't see them, Nick.
Mark, I think there may be a technological issue there, but I also know that that the city has looked at this in the past, and because of the fact that these meetings are broadcast live, both online and on TV, there's concern about people just, I guess, turning on their cameras from wherever they may be, and whatever they may want to display being, you know, simultaneously broadcast, again, not only online but also on TV. And so, you know, that I think that's the reason why.
But we could do like the old radio 10-second dump, you know, a delay, you dump.
That becomes an issue. That becomes an issue of technology.
They could do the same thing at City Hall, Nick. I mean, if someone who wants to participate, you're afraid someone might expose themselves or something? I don't know.
It's a lot different at home, though. It is a lot different at home. It's harder.
I encourage you all to Google. I encourage you all to Google Zoom bombing, and you'll see.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah,
you know, yeah. It creates problems.
And there might be freedom of speech issues too, as we try to restrict what people are allowed to show in the background. So I wouldn't want a Confederate or Nazi flag in the back of someone's home, you know, if they're trying to prove a point. Sorry, it's a bad example, but You know, it
Good
can
example.
be offensive. It
Yeah.
can be, you know, people feel a right to express their views with no filter. And sometimes they're prohibited from doing that if it's at City Hall, but not if they're at home. And then Nick might have a hard time saying, I'm sorry, you can't display that. You know, that might be an issue.
Right.
Well, the argument is that they'd have to drive to a public comment part of the convention center versus come to City Hall anyway if they wanted to express themselves. So it's the same burden on someone who isn't a board member to come and make the voyage to wherever they're going to, wherever the public comment section is set up.
Yeah,
So that
but
would
except,
handle-
except David, if they were, for instance, they were in a group that is compromised, right? Then you're forcing them into a public situation. So we have the luxury of not having to deal with that because we're on the board here, but the other folks won't necessarily have that luxury.
I don't understand what you mean by compromised.
I'm sorry.
Expose themselves.
No,
in order to-
because if someone is compromised, their health is compromised, so they've been locked up in their house, they don't want to deal with, you know, this is now related to the pandemic issue, but they don't want to go to leave their house to go to some public environment to make a public comment.
Well, let me
they'd
just
have to
add.
do that
I think that the convention center may provide an atmosphere where there's not a lot of people gathered versus the convention center. Versus our meeting, the boardroom or the city commission room. So that's really the issue. But let's stop it there, Nick. I think you've heard the concerns. I just want to kind of move through the item, and then let's go from there.
Okay, the next item in the ordinance is to allow certain types of temporary uses during and after a state of emergency is declared that involves a catastrophic event. So this would be a tropical storm, a hurricane, perhaps a pandemic. And so this would authorize the city manager to allow temporary uses on any parcel in the city, regardless of the zoning district, for a period of 120 days. The use would have to assist in the reconstruction or recovery of the area, and the city manager would have to find that the use does not negatively impact the surrounding area in order to authorize that use. The city manager could also impose conditions to make sure that any negative impacts are maintained. The city manager can also limit the geographical area and revoke the permit at any time for any reason. And should the use need to be extended beyond 120 days, the city commission would be authorized to do that by up to a year by a resolution at a public hearing. This came about as a recommendation from the Resilient 305 toolkit. And other cities do have similar allowances. Los Angeles has this. They typically do it after an earthquake. And so we don't know specifically what the use would be. Because we don't know what the need is going to be based on the situation, but this allows us that flexibility to do things as necessary. So
I think it's a great idea. I'd ask you to consider from 120 to 180, just for the investment. If it's significant enough, the recovery time might be a little longer. If you're already okay with 120, you probably need 180. I don't know if the board wants to consider that. And then what about the building code? We talking about uses, but what about structure?
We can't do anything about the building code. That's as required by the state. But it may be something temporary. It may be a trailer that's needed to coordinate different cleanup initiatives that are happening in the neighborhood. It can be anything. We don't know what it's going to be because it depends on what happens as a result of the natural disaster.
Like parking is a perfect.
Go ahead.
Parking is a perfect example. So if parking wasn't allowed as a use, a standalone parking lot wasn't allowed as a use in RM1, but because there's a lack of parking, you're going to allow parking now, then there's this whole other layer of code associated with temporary parking lot. So would we waive that requirement as well? I would think you would, or it wouldn't be able to happen. So beyond the use, what other things do we have to waive? In this case, it's specific to the use.
So it wouldn't be treated as a temporary parking lot the way we treat that in the code, which is for a commercial use. It would be a parking lot that's specific to the restoration and rehabilitation of the neighborhood. So it would be to perhaps stage construction vehicles that are coming in, and the manager would have to impose those zoning conditions as part of his approval of this, should there be a need for any. But if there's a building code requirement for a parking lot, that would not be addressed by this.
Yeah, I can really see this being something that even is a benefit to, let's say, like a Florida Power and Light on the storm restoration, to provide lay down area for poles and wires or transformers or whatever other distribution facilities that they would be bringing in to aid the recovery. I do agree with Daniel that I think 100, and let's just go ahead and maybe make the recommendation that it be 180 days instead of 120. And then the resolution is still there on the back end to extend it for a year through the city commission. The concern I have, or that I would like to raise, is just streamlined method. I don't know what that means, but I think it should really, really be streamlined. It should not be something that is a burden for somebody to be able to acquire this temporary use. And it should be something with some kind of teeth to it, that it is either approved or denied within a very, very short period of time.
Okay, we can add that, a process, recommended a process for adoption be incorporated.
What would this workflow, what would this workflow look like? I mean, are you sending me to every single department, or am I just going to the city manager? Is it as easy as getting a special events permit? That would be ideal.
It's right now, it's an approval of the city manager. So I suppose the city manager can choose, depending on what it is, to have different departments review it. If there's a structure, for example, the building department would have to review it because the Florida Building Code requires that structures be reviewed.
Yeah, I would say planning, fire, building would all want to review it. Just keep in mind, this is under the assumption that there's been a catastrophic event, and you may not have City Hall operating as efficiently as possible. And, maybe you're building in an after the fact approval for certain types of uses, like staging seems to be really smart. I mean, if we don't help staging for the rebuilding effort, it's only going to delay the rebuilding taking place. So maybe you are giving them some parameters that they can seek approval within 15 days, of using it if it's a vacant site and staging.
And perhaps something like staging would be as simple as the manager saying yes, because that doesn't have any building code implications.
Yeah, that sounds correct to me.
Yeah.
Do we have to vote on this?
Not right now. We'd like I just want discussion and for the item to be continued to next month so that we can renotice it. So the third item would be to authorize the use of camper trailers and recreational vehicles as a temporary dwelling. So this would have to be after a natural disaster which causes a principal residence on a parcel to be uninhabitable. So if a home is uninhabitable after a natural disaster, the homeowner could request a temporary certificate of use, allowing for the vehicle, the camper or the recreational vehicle, to be parked on the site and used as the dwelling for up to 120 days. And then they could get an additional extension of 120 days if there's evidence that they're actually working on the structure and making the repairs necessary to make it habitable. Currently, residents are allowed to park RVs on their property if they're screened and in the rear yard. So this will allow them to waive that and allow them to park in the front yard. But the vehicle would have to be licensed and ready for highway use, so that once everything is repaired, they have to remove the vehicle off the property, and it has to be easy for them to remove the vehicle off the property.
What is the requirement for commercial, a large truck, which is not which has, I don't know, two wheels in the back, and can that be parked in somebody's front yard? Because I've noticed in my neighborhood there's a big truck. It's not demarcated as commercial, but it's a large truck. It's not just a pickup truck. It's one with a separate cab and a you know, whatever you call that,
Semi truck.
semi truck.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Oh, you're everywhere, Daniel.
Well, we're in the same neighborhood. We drive by that house every
Yeah.
day, I'm sure. But
Yeah.
code would answer that, but the answer is no, no commercial vehicles. That would most certainly be a commercial vehicle, including, you know, buses, you know, school buses and other
I don't
things.
know if we're talking about the same one. Is yours on Normandy Drive?
Yeah, it's on Normandy Drive. I know one house where it's a semi truck driver and his semi truck's literally parked in his front lawn.
Yeah, and I have
And
one
there's
here on
that
Bay, I
RV
have one here on Bay Drive. I have one here on Bay Drive. So
And I think there's an army vehicle you might be talking about too. Looks like a very large, you know, historic or antique army vehicle that's pretty large. That probably won't be considered that.
But as I understand it, to be a commercial vehicle, it has to have markings on it. If it's just painted white, it's not necessarily a commercial vehicle. Or
Very
is it a
technical
size,
question.
or is there a size issue?
I'd have to do some research on that. I'm not familiar with the specific language in the code for how that's regulated.
Yeah, would you do that?
Yeah, let me see if I can find.
So for the RV discussion, the question I would ask while you're looking that up, the question I would ask you is, you know, we have a swale area in between the street and the sidewalk. And then in some instances, we also have public right-of-way that's used for parking. Would we allow the RV in either of those two areas given certain circumstances?
I think this just contemplates on private property. On the city's right of way, I think the standards are different. I'd have to follow up on that. That's a good question.
Just the reality is RVs are pretty big. You know, I would want to encourage someone to get a good size RV if they're going to live out of it for 4 months to 6 months. So just keep that in mind if it doesn't have a negative impact. I live on Normandy Drive, and clearly I have a paved area right in front of my home that an RV would easily fit on. The next question would be hookups. These RVs have electrical hookup, they have sewer hookup, and they have generators. You know, and are we looking to discuss that in any way of allowing them to have those hookups and also allowing them to have a generator? Because that's how theoretically they wouldn't have electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Is the approval similar to what we spoke about before? City manager approves, city manager, and it's expedited. I'm assuming it would have to be. You know, it's only 120 days.
Yeah, this would be by this would be a temporary certificate of use. So this one would not be by the city manager, though I suppose the city manager could authorize it using his powers as well. But this one is a building, essentially a building permit process for a temporary certificate of use that gets reviewed by a couple departments.
Right.
But you know, we would obviously
if it's complicated and it's going to take a long time, then it's not going to be a useful tool. It would have to be. I think that was what was really good about the prior the city manager. You know, that I can see that being very fast. You know, so.
Right. A temporary certificate of use, the standards vary depending on what you're proposing. I think in this case, we wouldn't be looking for a whole lot, maybe just a site plan, where are you going to park it, and that's about it. We wouldn't be requesting a whole lot of information on this. And we'd obviously try to expedite it to the extent possible.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're talking about an emergency situation. So
right.
if it's an emergency and they get bogged down in bureaucracy, it would kind of defeat the purpose. So
yeah, absolutely.
I think it can be tied to a city manager's emergency orders. So if there is a catastrophic event where we want this to be triggered, I'm sure the city manager would have his emergency powers, and I think we should again allow it. Maybe get a TCO after the fact. So should there be a catastrophic event, it's allowed based on emergency orders, and you have 30 days to get your TCU. Just being practical. These are great ideas, but you know, City Hall might not even be there. You know, so like you have to allow for an after the fact type of scenario where we're allowing it under certain conditions. That's what wanted to define generator use and a lot of other things. I'm not sure how generators apply to the city code.
Okay, I think that may be under the noise ordinance. As far as your question on restriction on parking in single family zoning districts, that's regulated. It's outside of the zoning code. It's in the city code. It's section 106-154. And that states that it shall be unlawful for any person to park or cause to be parked a truck, trailer or semi-trailer upon the public streets in any area of the city zoned residential districts, as such districts are shown in chapter 142, except while loading or unloading property or when such vehicle is parked in connection with an aid-in of the performance of a service to or on the property in the block in which the vehicle is parked.
So that,
And then,
so that means as long as it's on private property, not in the swale, it can stay there, no matter how unsightly.
so let me see if there's anything.
I felt I interpreted that it's not allowed in a single family home district, even if it is on private property.
Yeah, I think we can research this further, but it's not really applicable to this discussion.
Yeah. We'll research it further.
All right, thanks.
We can have that for the next month. So the last item is to authorize outdoor sale or rental for home improvement products after a storm. So the idea here is that after a storm, there's going to be an increased demand for home improvement products such as lumber, some equipment rental, and other things. So this would allow for essentially hardware stores to be able to sell goods outdoors on the lot in which the hardware store is located. So the city manager would have to authorize this to take place. It wouldn't be a permit-specific approval, but he would have to authorize a geographic area for hardware stores to be able to do this. The outdoor sales would have to cease as soon as the state of emergency ceases. And this is because our zoning code currently requires all commercial activity to take place in a substantially enclosed permanent building. So this would allow a waiver of that temporarily so that they can, if they're bringing in significant amounts of lumber or metal or other products or hardware, they'll be able to store that in a parking lot outdoors in order to be able to increase their supply. And so those are the four major things that this ordinance does.
I don't see a problem with that.
Okay.
All right. So you guys will just look into that last item and then bring it back next month for us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do we need to, is this something we need to move with a favorable recommendation at some point, or?
Next month, we'll request that.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now, I guess we would request that it be continued to the October meeting.
All right. So do we have a motion? Do we need to?
We don't need to take a vote on it?
Yeah.
A vote, no. We're going to re-advertise for October.
Okay.
All right. So let's move on to planning board item 20-0395, standards to reduce risk for non-residential buildings.
Okay. So for this one, we have a PowerPoint presentation. Let me load that up.
And this is the presentation that Michael alluded to earlier, that we would see with regards to some resiliency items, et cetera.
Correct. Okay. So share. All right. Can you all see the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So so this ordinance does a few things. Let's see. What is it? So the purpose of this ordinance is, first of all, for compliance with the comprehensive plan. We recently updated the comprehensive plan to include a lot of requirements regarding adaptation for private property in light of sea level rise. So this specific ordinance encourages commercial development to provide greater interior floor to ceiling height, elevate finished floors, transition areas that can accommodate and facilitate the harmonization between elevated ground floors and future elevated streets, raising sidewalks when there's sufficient room, and providing for larger landscape areas to absorb stormwater. So our current code, code currently has no minimum ground floor height requirement for commercial properties. However, there is an incentive to measure the height from the City of Miami Beach Freeboard, which is 1 to 5 feet above base flood elevation. However, it only requires that there be 12 feet clear from the future crown of road. And so there is an additional incentive of 5 feet for the ground floor in some areas. So we looked at the sea level rise projections. In this case, we looked at the 2060 sea level rise projections, and we looked at king tides. And we determined that the current standard, should there be a king tide in 2060, only leaves you 11.7 feet of headroom if the floor is raised to match the 2060 king tide elevation. So we felt that that was not sufficient in light of the city's resiliency needs. We have some significant concerns, and actually these projections, shortly after I made this presentation, the projections have been revised by the South Florida Climate Compact, and they're actually a little bit higher. So I need to update these numbers, but it's going to increase the amount of sea level rise that we foresee. So what this draft ordinance does, just a quick outline, it modifies the definition of height, establishes a definition for design flood elevation, which is basically what we do today. It's the base flood elevation plus the City of Miami Beach Freeboard, but it just creates a unifying term so that we don't need to say that every single time. Base flood elevation plus City of Miami Beach Freeboard. It establishes a minimum height of non-residential ground floors. And then for buildings with ground floor commercial, we have 3 sets of standards. One is for existing buildings, which exceed the 50% rule. Another one is for new buildings that have short frontages, basically a frontage that's less than 150 feet. And then another one is for new buildings that have long frontages, which have essentially a frontage greater than 150 feet. So what this proposed amendment does, as I said, it defines the design flood elevation and creates a minimum height of non-residential ground floors, which is 12 feet above the design flood elevation. So the floor is required to be above if you take the elevation of the base flood elevation plus a freeboard, above that you need to have 12 feet clear in order to allow for greater adaptability. And so that buildings will be able to adapt in light of sea level rise. They will have sufficient headroom, and they won't need to abandon those ground floors if the sea level rises as is projected. And they'll be able to continue to exist and thrive. The proposed standard will leave, in basic conditions, it will leave 15.4 feet of headroom if the floor is raised to match the 2060 king tide elevation. This is an extra 3.74 feet from what is currently encouraged. So now going on to the commercial building standards. For existing buildings, so buildings that are undergoing a renovation exceeding the 50% rule, they will be required to raise their ground floor a minimum of 1 foot above the highest sidewalk elevation adjacent to the frontage. And so ramping and stairs from the sidewalk elevation to the ground floor should occur inside of the property and not encroach into the public right-of-way or setback areas in order to keep the sidewalks clear. They should be providing a knee wall where there are doors and facades, with the exception of where there are doors and facades. So the knee wall would have to be 2 feet 6 inches above the sidewalk, and that would prevent during flash floods flooding from going into a building where there are windows. And then we would require that they create their ground floors to be flood resistant where feasible, for a minimum elevation of 2 feet 6 inches above the floor. So if there does happen to be flash flooding going into a building, the building would be able to clean up and recover.
So do you want us to ask you questions here or later, just for clarification on some of these?
Up to you. If you'd like to ask me questions right now, I'd be happy to address them.
If you provide the knee wall, would that remove the flood panel requirement that you currently have today?
So the flood panel requirement is part of the building code. It depends on the elevation. I believe the building code requires the flood panels to get to the base flood elevation. In this case, if the 2 feet 6 inches exceeds that base flood elevation, then it would remove the flood panel requirement. If it does not exceed that elevation, then I do not believe that it would remove the flood panel requirement.
You know,
So
just
it depends on the site elevation.
yeah, I have to deploy those flood panel systems, and it's not realistic to store them, and it's not realistic to deploy them, and you have to vacate the entirety of the building because you're blocking all forms of egress of the building. So, you know, it's a great theory, and it's nice that the code requires it, but it's just not practical. It's not really effective.
Yeah, we see them being most effective during a hurricane when you know that the storm is coming, but when there's a flash flood, we get a sudden rain event, big rain bomb, they're not effective because you don't have the time to get out there and put them on. So this would address that situation where there's a sudden rain event, there's flash flooding on the streets, which happens on occasion. This would prevent water from going into a commercial area, with the exception of the doorways.
And just for clarification, the flood panels aren't waterproof. They're designed to stop the wave action, but they're not going to keep your building flood proof. They're just going to keep it from being destroyed.
Correct. So then the other thing that we'd like to see is convenient flood panels for doorways. So in the case of the front door, we have seen some panels that are easy to install. And so the idea here is that if there is a sudden rain event, flash flood taking place, that where the doorways are, that you would be able to quickly install a flood barrier in that doorway to prevent water from coming into the building.
What does that look like, Rogelio? Permanently located next to the doorway.
So it's a case-by-case situation, but the idea is that there be a panel, and we've seen different systems of how they could take place, but essentially it's a panel, the width of the doorway, so 4 or 5 feet depending on the doorway, and then they'd have an elevation, probably be about 3 feet, and they can be quickly set in place in front of the doorway. They could snap in place, or they could have some sort of an expansion hinge to be able to fix themselves to the doorway, and just prevent water from coming in the case of a flash flood.
But they need to be stored at, like, next to the front door.
Correct. That would
just to clarify, because you're saying something else we'd like to see is this, but it says these are existing building standards. Are these existing,
right.
Or?
So this would be standards that buildings that are being renovated, existing buildings that are being renovated and exceed that 50%.
Oh, okay. These are standards for existing buildings, not existing standards for buildings.
Correct. Standards for existing buildings that are being renovated. So this is not every building needs to go out and buy these panels. This would be if they are rehabbing the building, they would need to find a location where they could keep a panel just for the door. It wouldn't be for the whole facade. It would be just for the door, that they could quickly put in place in case there's a flash flood.
So to Daniel's point, it would replace the flood panels where the knee wall is.
Right.
And you would only require the flood panel where the doors are.
Right. And the idea is it wouldn't be the types of flood panels that you have to drill into the ground. This would be more of something that could be quickly installed in the door frame.
You know, this is very practical today. I do this for commercial properties on rain events. So if I know there's going to be a certain amount of inches per hour, I automatically deploy these types of flood panels that, you know, can deploy in 5 minutes, and it happens. It certainly does. You're discussing here, I want to have a discussion about harmonization with you later, because commercial properties don't really have a setback by nature. They're really right there at the active edge. And I'd like to be able at some point during this process talk about that harmonization, because internalizing it, we don't have a lot of deep lots. So, you know, internalizing that transition is very difficult. And it's also not very good for if you're trying to create a pedestrian activation at ground floor.
So in this case, we looked at harmonization, and because it's only a foot, that we're requesting that you be above the sidewalk, the ramping is very minimal in this case. So the rise, it would be maybe one and a half steps and a very, very limited ramp. It wouldn't be the types of ramps that we're seeing in some of the newer commercial areas where they're building their ground floor much higher. So this would be, like I said, these standards are only for existing buildings.
What if I increase the sidewalk itself by a foot so that the sidewalk and the commercial, frontage are at grade with each other?
That could be a possibility. I mean, ultimately, these would be up to the design review board and historic preservation board to approve them. So if they're okay with the concept, that's definitely possible. So, and then the other thing is we're in all of these standards, we're incorporating a waiver process where the DRB and HPB can waive the requirements. They would be required to consider alternative flood control measures that they can think of. But the requirements can ultimately be waived if they're not feasible. So there perhaps is a historic building that has a historic terrazzo floor, and raising that floor a foot is just not going to be feasible. The HPB could provide a waiver for that situation, or the knee wall, maybe it doesn't fit in line with the historic building's character and it's just not feasible, or a building has a frontage with nano walls that kind of fold away, or different situations that can arise. They can waive these requirements and allow those things to continue to exist. Okay. So this is just a CAD drawing of how that would look. So you can see where a standard building, the future Crown of Road elevation at 5.26 NGVD. This is a lot that's at 3.98 NGVD. So the roads in this case are going to be raised, potentially raised about an additional 1.5 feet. And so being able to raise that interior floor a little bit would allow for improved harmonization with these existing buildings, and improve their ability to be able to function if there is a flash flood. So the next standards we have, these are for new construction. This is short frontage standards. So for buildings that have a frontage less than 150 feet wide, the width is less than 150 feet wide. It incorporates all of the standards in the existing building standards. It allows for the waivers. It allows it requires the knee walls. And it also does these extra things. It requires a ground floor setback for commercial buildings of 15 feet from the back of curb of the roadway. The idea here is that you're providing a 10-foot wide circulation zone, which can be used, of which 5 feet must be clear. So the circulation zone would allow 5 feet, which could be used for sidewalk cafe, could be used for some ramping, could be used for other things. And then 5 feet of that must be clear. And then it also provides for a 5-foot wide landscape area. So this would improve the harmonization process in the future as roads are raised. The city has a little more room to work with. And then it requires that the ground floor be raised to the future Crown of Road elevation, which is currently set at 5.26 NGVD. It would allow for some ramping and stairs to take place from the sidewalk within the 5 feet of the setback that's closest to the building. So if there's ramping, if there's steps, they cannot interfere with the clear pedestrian path. And then the ramping and steps can only go to an elevation of 14 inches below the future Crown of Road. And then any additional ramping would have to be behind the setback. So it can either occur inside of the building, or it can occur in front of the facade of the building if they set the facade back further. And the 14 inches below the sidewalk requires minimal ramping. It's 2 steps. And then the ramping would be about 14 feet in depth. So it would not consume a whole lot of floor area if they decided to do it in the interior, or they could alternatively have it in front of the facade as long as it's behind the setback area. For developments that have multiple frontages and one of the frontages is greater than 150 feet, then the whole development should follow the more stringent standards, which are for the long frontage standards, which I'm going to describe now.
But
Can
we pause there for just a minute? Just go
Yeah.
back for just a minute, just to understand that. So it's a lot to take in, and I'm trying to think about it and analyze it. I'm still stuck on commercial buildings. Is this for new or existing?
This is all new. This here is new.
So, my lot depths aren't significant, and I already have so much at ground level, FPL volt. I mean, I can go on and on about everything that's at ground level. So, if I can't create an unusable commercial space, a commercial space by nature has to have a certain amount of depth for it to be effective. And you guys know that because your town center code required a certain amount of depth to it. So the setback requirement, it's 15 feet from the curb. You're assuming there's already a 5-foot sidewalk there, or there's a certain amount of city setback between the crown of the road, or not the crown of the road, or what we're using, the back of the curb.
Yeah. It depends on the road. Alton Road has a little bit wider sidewalk, so the setback would be less on Alton Road. If you're on a street with narrower sidewalks, the setback would be a little bit more.
So it doesn't matter if that setback is public or private. You just want from the curb, the back of the curb, all the way to be a 15-foot clear, whether that's a city setback or the building is set back in itself. Am I understanding that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And
because
I guess in your next slides, you're going to start showing us what this looks like as far as harmonization while we're trying to do that.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you some examples of where sidewalks have been raised, and we don't have clear examples of how that should be done, and they're all done haphazardly.
And when you mean multiple frontages, you mean 2 different street frontages. So if I was at a corner and
Right.
I had a certain amount of feet on one end and a certain amount of feet on the other, I don't know. I don't think I control what I'm ramping to for that pedestrian crossing at the corner. I can't literally benefit from that double frontage because I still have to harmonize with the pedestrian crossing the road. Does that make sense?
Yes. It's definitely a tough situation. We do have some renderings of how the corners could be treated in order to address these issues. Because the issue is that there are properties that are doing this. They are raising their sidewalks. It's just every property that's done it. Most of them have been on Alton Road. They've done it in a different fashion. Some are more successful than others. And so we wanted to we took what was best of each example and kind of incorporated that into this ordinance. So I can show you some of those in
and I
the
think
next couple slides.
one good example, please go to the next slide, but one good example I think is the 1111 garage, and how they raise the sidewalk and then the transitions happening in the landscape area between the sidewalk and the curve. And that seems to work very successful, but when you're coming down to a corner, it's pretty difficult.
Right.
Rogelio, I'm sorry if it's hard to see what this the centered tag says. It's pointing at the top step. It looks like the finished floor elevation. What does that say?
In the middle, that says 2 internal steps, 14-inch rise. So in this case, what's happening here? The floor of this building, the ground floor, is primarily located at the future crown of road. So that future crown of road is 5.26 NGVD. In this case, the lot, the grade of the lot is at 3.46 NGVD. So we are requesting that the ground floor be about 1.75 feet above the sidewalk level. So what's allowed to happen here is that they are allowed to provide ramping in the setback area, the 5 feet of the setback area closest to the building, up to a level that is 14 inches below the future crown of road, because we don't want to see significant ramping in the front. It's not a desirable condition. We accept that some has to take place, but we want to minimize it to the extent possible. And in this situation, it may be possible to not have ramping at all and maybe have it be more of a gradual slope taking place.
Let me ask, Rogelio, is the ramping required, or could you just do 2 more steps?
In this case, they could do 2 more steps if they wanted to.
Because the advantage of the ramp
inside.
is
Yeah.
it's accessible, but if you ramp up the steps, it's no longer accessible. So it's not an accessibility issue.
They could, I mean, as long as they provided a ramp in the interior of the building, they could get rid of the ramp on the exterior of the building. This is to provide them a little more flexibility, because we felt that if we were going to force them to get to the future crown of road from the existing sidewalk level in the interior of a building, that would consume a lot of their floor area ratio, and that they just would run out of space to make it practical. So this would allow them a little bit of flexibility to accommodate that in the setback.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused. Where is the ADA access to that space?
It would be in this case where the ramp is that you see, can you see my mouse? So it would take place here on this ramp. And then they would go, in this case, they would go inside the building, and then there would be there's another ramp inside here to go up the additional 14 inches.
Oh, that's what's there next to that
Yeah.
guardrail. I see.
Correct.
All right.
I know it's ideal, but I putting this into reality, I don't think I have that kind of space for retail frontage to do that ramp internally. I would be going depth, not sideways, because the frontage is too valuable, right? If I'm doing retail, it's too valuable. These are really great things to look at and analyze and try to understand. I just want us to be very aware that internalizing these ramps is a problem for effective retail.
Mm-hmm.
We want
and they can be on the exterior, just they have to be behind the setback.
Don't we
Once
want
you go above that level?
But don't we want to raise the whole sidewalk? Like, wouldn't it be better if I had 4 front retails? I'd rather sacrifice the corner and have the whole have the whole sidewalk ramp at the corner, and then the rest of my retail is at sidewalk level. So I don't have to do any steps or any ramping.
That's the situation we're providing for the long frontages. In the case of these short frontages, a lot of times it's an infill building, and it's just not going to be practical to raise the sidewalk in this situation. For the long frontages, that's exactly what we're suggesting. But for these short infill buildings, we don't want them to put the ground floor too low. But so the standard actually of what we're requiring them to raise in this case is lower than what we're requiring in the long frontage. So we want the floor to be higher, but we don't have the ability to raise the whole sidewalk in this situation, because a lot of times this is an infill building.
And that's my concern. We're forcing them to raise the floor, which for the adaptive reuse of an existing commercial building may make it very difficult for that commercial space to be viable.
Well, this wouldn't be for adaptive reuse. This would have to be a new construction. This is for new construction. The adaptive reuse would use the standard in the previous standard that we described, which was increasing their ground floor only by a foot. Elevation.
So you don't want them to be able to use flood panel, flood barrier products. You don't feel they're effective for a rainy day flood event. You know, you really want them to raise the entire floor, even though the sidewalk in the street hasn't been raised yet.
Correct. And we want it so that when the sidewalk and the street are raised, that the adaptation that they need to do is minimal.
I think that makes sense, Daniel, but I'm still struggling a little bit to get my brain around why you would limit like only being able to ramp up to 14 inches below the future crown of the road. Why wouldn't you at least allow the option to go all the way up on the exterior?
When we were looking at the designs, first of all, the slope required would be significant, and the length of the ramp wouldn't always fit. And we didn't want to have bulky ramps with bulky as bulky ramps with handrails and everything and cluttering up the sidewalk. We wanted to minimize that to the extent possible. So we felt that this was kind of a compromise to get to the elevation that's necessary.
Is there a waiver process?
Yes, everything can be waived.
I appreciate the effort. I'm just really concerned about this harmonization and the success of commercial districts. You know, if we really want ground floor activation, trust me, the landlord struggles. You know, if they build too low, they pay the price. You know, at the end of the day, because their spaces are flooding. But at the same time, we're very thankful that there's a good harmonization making that successful. And like you said, not having all these elevated spaces with railings all over the front to protect someone from falling off of that raised platform. And it also impacts future sidewalk cafe space. I'm just trying to think of Lincoln Road and how this ordinance impacts Lincoln Road.
Yeah, on Lincoln Road, it's primarily existing buildings. So it wouldn't have a huge impact on the existing buildings. They would, if they're restoring the building and exceeding the 50% rule, they would just have to raise their ground floor about a foot. In some cases, so if you go to the Apple store, you can see that Lincoln Road gradually slopes up to the Apple store because they do have a higher ground floor than the adjacent Nike store. So it could be treated that way, as a gradual sloping up that is barely perceivable if you're part of the general public. So that's how we would kind of visualize it working on Lincoln Road and in some other infill lots. But your point is taken. Perhaps there is room in some cases to have sufficient slope if they maybe move the door off to one side and they could have all of the slope going all the way up to the future crown of road. And maybe some flexibility there could be beneficial.
For tenants, this is really important. I know when I'm looking, because I have retail in bottom floor, and where I'm currently at, I'm flooding. So the biggest thing I'm looking at right now is, am I higher than the road? I don't want to be lower than the road. I don't want to be the same height as the road. I want to make sure that I'm higher than the road as a tenant.
Yeah. So the idea here, we're requiring future crown of road as the ground floor elevation, because as the city goes in and raises road heights, we don't want these floors to be left below that elevation. And in some cases, the road raising might happen sooner than later. And so if somebody builds a building today and the city goes and raises the road in 2 years, we don't want them to have the expense of having to go ahead and raise it all of a sudden when they should have just raised it when they built it 2 years ago.
Why, Rogelio, why is it not just the design flood elevation? It's because these are short frontages without the ability to get there. Is that what it is?
So I don't know if you can see in this case, the design flood elevation would be the last hashed line.
Yeah.
That would be, requiring that would create a huge blank wall along the sidewalk level, and the ramping to get there would eat up a lot of floor area.
And this occurs in commercial districts with minimal setbacks. Is that what it is?
Yes, yeah, we have minimal setbacks, so getting there is tough. An example in the city that I can think of is the Fresh Market in Sunset Harbor. If you walk around it, it's just you have a gray wall. The store is raised, and as I understand it, they're not raised to the base flood elevation. They're actually a little bit below the base flood elevation, from what I've been told. And so before they raised the roads, there was an even larger blank wall that was not ideal for pedestrians. It's a little better now that the road has been raised. But even still, that's a significant blank wall that doesn't really provide any activation for the street.
Just curious, because I mean, I know single family residential, the finished floor elevation has to be a design flood elevation. So This is just for certain commercial districts?
Correct. This is only for commercial. Yeah, this does not apply to residential uses. Commercial uses are allowed to go below the base flood elevation if they provide flood proofing.
I see. Okay.
That ADA question, could I provide ADA access through an alternative entrance to the store, like the back of the house? Not that I would want to do that, but does the code allow that? To give the ADA, put a sign saying for ADA, please, go around the back or a different way. I'm just curious if that's an option.
I think it has to be, I don't think you can make it completely in the back. It has to be a standard that is suitable for public access. I'm not sure of the precise standard, but as I understand it, it has to be equivalent to what the general to what somebody that doesn't need the ADA access can do.
Well, to answer your question another way, yes, there can be a secondary access that is accessible. I mean, there can be entries that are not accessible, but I think there's a distance requirement, Daniel.
Okay, and I wouldn't want, an ADA person to feel secondary where they had to use,
right,
a bad entrance. Can I do all this ramping efficiently for the entirety of all the commercial bays versus individually and just allow the front step for the pedestrian and then find an alternative way to provide ADA access to all of the bays, just a way of thinking about it, but you would probably lose a lot of space in that added corridor that's running behind it. I just know that these commercial spaces don't end up being too deep, because of everything else that you're building. So we're putting that ramping inside is just so hard, but it is.
Yeah. So this is designed where if you are putting internal ramping, it's 14 feet in length, and maybe 4 feet wide. So it's not a significant consumption of your floor area the way this is designed. It's because they only need to rise 14 inches from the exterior ramping. So it's not a significant consumption of their internal floor area.
Because we're assuming that they're able to, that the sidewalk's not too low and that they're able to meet that minimum level by raising the sidewalk. I'm just not so confident that's always the case in every part of the city.
Yeah, we the elevation that we used of for our studies was 3.46 for the grade, which is generally what we see along Alton Road, which is a fairly low-lying area of the city, commercial district of the city. We have areas that are lower in the city, but they tend to be residential.
And this just brings to the question of town center, where we know we're going to develop a lot of ground floor commercial. We know it. We're seeing it. None of it's been built yet, but it's all going to be built. Man, do we need to prioritize raising those roads now so we can avoid new construction having to have all this harmonization? So particularly in town center, it's three blocks that we know are going to be rebuilt. We really need to raise those roads now and make sure that all new development doesn't have to deal with this, and we can have a very successful walking district, because this really hurts pedestrian activation, ground floor activation.
Absolutely. And then the other thing that this does, because of the previous requirement that I was talking about, we have the minimum height of non-residential ground floors. The building can adapt over time. So the building could potentially in the future, if the city needs to go up significantly because we get 10 feet of sea level rise, there is room where they can raise their floor and the building can still function appropriately.
I have a quick question if it's appropriate.
Absolutely.
The commercial building at 5th Street and Lenox, I guess, across from Publix, where the Target is located?
I have a slide on that one.
Oh, you do? It's coming up?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well, that's I wondered how it compared to this new standard, because it's obviously built with this in mind. It's built high. They had to work pretty hard to get the sidewalk harmonized with the street, but it works. It works okay. So I'll just wait and see what you show us. Okay.
Okay. So let me move along to the long frontage standards. So the long frontage standards, again, are frontages with a width of greater than 150 feet. We came up with that dimension by looking at some projects on Alton Road that did raise their sidewalks. So I'm gonna talk about those. So some of them, 709 Alton Road, has 300 feet, 1614 Alton Road, 250 feet, 1824 Alton Road has 150 feet. So some of the examples here, projects have ground floor and elevated sidewalks to the future crown of road, which is 5.26 NGVD. They're not raising them to BFE +1 generally. And the city currently has no uniform standards for how this has to be done. And so from the examples that I'm going to discuss, each one has pros and cons. So the first one is 1212 Lincoln Road. This is a project that hasn't opened yet, but substantially complete. So they have raised their sidewalk, which is great. They provide access steps to the parking in some areas, but it's not very well achieved. In this case, you see that the parking, the steps to parallel parking that's adjacent goes into a door. The steps should be located between parking spaces. They're providing a landscape area for these trees, but we've noticed that the landscaping area is insufficient and these trees have really struggled to thrive. So we feel that landscaping area should be a little bit wider. So basically just what I described, the ground floor has an additional setback to provide for a wider sidewalk. As I said, it provides access to on-street parking that's at a lower level. But that parking is insufficient, inefficient, poorly located, and the landscaping isn't thriving. The next project we looked at is 709 Alton Road. That's the Baptist Urgent Care. So you can see some images of it here. So some positives, they have very wide sidewalks to accommodate pedestrian activity. They have good landscape areas that allow the landscaping to thrive. And the wide landscape areas also minimize the need to have rails. The negative is there's no access to the sidewalk from parking areas. As a result of that, the landscaping has a tendency to get trampled because people walk through it to get to their cars. And there are some handrails in the public right-of-way. You can see them here to get up to the higher level. So the idea here is that they locate their doors in a way where they wouldn't need to have the slopes that require having rails. So this is the project I think you were alluding to, 1045 5th Street, which is the target. There are right-of-way harmonization issues between the sidewalk elevation. There's issues with landscape areas, driveways, street parking in the street. So the real positive thing about the way they structured their raising of the sidewalk is that their trees are elevated and they're in protected tree pits so that in the future, as the road is raised, those trees, you won't have to change them. They'll be able to thrive regardless of what happens in the adjacent right-of-way. But there are some negatives. There's inadequate space for the tree planters that they're providing. They need significant railings. It's not very attractive. The landscape verge is inadequate for co-benefits. You can see the landscape area really doesn't allow for water retention, drainage, or any real resiliency benefits there. The quality and finish of the materials isn't great. And then you can see a lot of unnecessary steps in the public sidewalk due to unplanned building access points and heavy use of unsightly handrails. So you see,
Rogelio, how big is that landscape area compared to what is proposed?
So I think
the width there is about what, 3 or 4 feet, maybe?
I think it was about 3.5 feet.
You're proposing 5?
5 feet.
5, and
Correct.
you think that's enough to make a better harmonization?
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. More than the harmonization, it allows the tree to thrive.
Trees, okay.
Yeah, and it does definitely assist with the harmonization. So here you can see, because of where they located the entrances to the building, in this case, they have to have steps as part of their ramping condition. Because their doors are located too far to the edge to have ramp access to them, they have to use steps. Had they considered the elevation and the harmonization of the property before they started laying out where their doors should be, they could have avoided a lot of these things. So our goal with this is to have the architects consider these ideas prior to designing the access to the building, rather than the access to the building being an afterthought. And we can avoid a lot of these situations. They could have moved this doorway to the south, maybe 5 or 10 feet, and then avoided this step situation that we see here. So some other things that we don't want to see along on the right of way, knee walls that block eyes on the street. So this is the CVS on Alton Road. If you're walking down this street, there's no eyes on the street. It really is not an inviting pedestrian environment. And then the other thing we don't want to see is isolated commercial areas away from pedestrian circulation areas. So this is an example in the city of Miami where you have the sidewalk at a lower level, and then the commercial areas are raised and set back behind. So if you're walking along the sidewalk, you really don't see what's happening in these commercial areas. We really want eyes on the street and having a thriving pedestrian environment. So the long frontage standards, I'm going to get into the details of what we would be requesting. We would be requiring raised sidewalks if you have a long frontage. The sidewalk should be raised to the future crown of road elevation, which is 5.26. So in the future, as the roadway is raised, that sidewalk, we don't need to touch it. It's already at that higher elevation. We would request that there be, similar to the short frontage standard, a setback of 15 feet from the back of curb of the roadway. And so this would provide, again, 10-foot wide sidewalk circulation zone, of which 5 feet must remain clear for pedestrians, and a 5-foot wide landscaping transition area between the lower vehicular roadway and the higher sidewalk elevation. We would be requiring that the trees be raised either in planters or they can use stabilized planting areas to have the trees at a higher elevation, so that in the future, if the road is raised, those trees can continue to thrive and will survive with sea level rise. We would provide transition standards, which prohibits the use of steps, ramps, and switchbacks, and handrails in the parallel transition. So that's as you're going from a lower level sidewalk to the higher level sidewalk, the slope would have to be such that handrails would not be necessary. We would require that there be access to parking if it exists at a lower level. And so that would be by providing steps between every 2 parking spaces. We would require a raised floor. So we would request that the floor be 14 inches above that raised sidewalk elevation. So they would have a similar situation with 2 steps above the existing sidewalk elevation, and then also a requirement for knee wall of 2 feet 6 inches above the raised sidewalk elevation. So the long frontage standards provides for even longer term resiliency than the short term standards. They would be able to withstand flash flooding. They would be able to withstand a significant amount of sea level rise without needing any changes to the building, certainly for a lot longer period of time than the short frontage standards, even though the short frontage standards provide for a good amount of protection. So you can see here.
A comment on that one. I'm not so sure I'm in agreement with the steps for every 2 parking spaces. I know
Okay.
you put thought into that. I don't know. You know, I think that's a lot of steps, you know, to deal with. Also thinking about the safety of the individual that has to walk the full length, you know, to get to a corner and an access point. But if you can look at that a little bit more as well, that, you know, on those steps, you're going to have railings as well. And you know, we want to kind of consolidate that as much as possible, where of course it's safe.
Yeah, that's a fair point. They are not attractive. We came up with the idea looking at primarily the Baptist site has a significant amount of parallel parking in the frontage along Alton Road, and somebody parking there had to walk along the edge of Alton Road to get to a corner in order to be able to safely access the site. Otherwise, they were walking through the landscaping. And we found a lot of areas where you could tell that the landscaping, which was fairly new, had already been trampled. But definitely that's something we could look at further.
Yeah, there's never with shoulder parking that close to the curb without an access aisle for a pedestrian. There's really, we can do this, but it's never going to be perfect. especially somebody when you have a handicap space on a major road with a parallel park. I mean, realistically, the handicapped person has to go and stop traffic to get in the car.
Right.
So it just, my experience is that there's not an adequate solution, but these are all mitigating factors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when we were discussing with the city's ADA coordinator, and we'd assume that the ADA spaces would be located closer to the corners, so that way they wouldn't have to be along the street for as long a period of time, so that they could easily get to the corner, which then allows them to ramp up to the higher level sidewalk. And then those that are not ADA accessible would be able to use the steps, which would be located frequently. But I agree, Daniel, that they are not very pretty. They're not ideal, but in certain circumstances they may be necessary.
I also think that this 15-foot concerns me because it's so site specific. But just going back to Baptist, where the ramping's on the side, so it's going parallel to the building. Mm-hmm. I just, do I really need 10 feet if my use isn't going to promote sidewalk? So like, how much of a sidewalk do I really need? Depending on the types of uses that we're encouraging. So I can't think it all through. I know you're more into the weeds on this. I'm just a little bit worried. And I think so long as there is a waiver process, so maybe we're arguing, hey, my ramping width needs to be, get a waiver for the width of the ramp in order to accommodate the 10 feet on the sidewalk. It's a lot that someone can look at on a case-by-case basis to determine what's best.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure there's situations that we're not considering here, and that's why we do have the waiver. But the main thing we want to accomplish is for these things to be considered upfront as the building is being designed, because as you could see in the previous examples, they designed the building. They really didn't consider how that building was going to be transitioning down to lower levels. And so that kind of gets designed after the fact. And we end up with the situations that we've had. So we really want them to look at this up front and really design the building up front, and the site access up front before getting to the point of construction. And we have to come up with these situations like we saw with the Target location.
Yeah, I agree. It's just all of this is going to result in larger retail spaces. It's going to be harder to provide smaller retail spaces in some of these cases.
And another thing regarding the setback is only for the ground floor. So if they want to have the upper floor cantilever out to 0, that's certainly a possibility. That's the way the project on 1212 Lincoln Road is designed. So you can see that the building, in this case, cantilevers over their setback out to the property frontage. So their upper levels can come out to the 0 setback that's allowed in commercial districts.
So now that you just showed that example, how does that work with true arcades that have columns?
We generally don't have that situation in the city. If we have an area where arcades are allowed, we would have to, in this case, use the waiver process to allow for those columns to come down. So it's possible as part of the waiver process. These are some CAD drawings so you can see the elevations, but let me show you the renderings more or less of how we're kind of visualizing this. So you can see, in this case, you see the building comes out here. So that would be the minimum height of non-residential ground floor can come up to here. And so then above that, they can go to the 0 setback. And you can see where the base flood elevation is in this case. You can see where the different freeboard levels are if they choose 1 to 5 So that's up to the developer. We're not changing those standards. They can still decide between 1 and 5. You can see the elevation of the seawall. So in this case, this is the sidewalk at the future Crown of Road elevation, which is 5.26. You can see the knee wall at 2 feet 5 inches above that sidewalk elevation. And then you can see the way the parallel parking would work and steps located frequently to access those parallel parking areas. And in this case, the trees are in raised pits within that 5 foot wide landscape verge. And what else? And I think that's it for these. You can see here an example of a corner. So this corner is at the lower level, whatever elevation the sidewalk is today. That's where this corner would be, and you can see how they would be able to slope up gradually to the raised sidewalk levels throughout the rest of the remainder of the frontage. And then inside of the building, they would have steps and ramps to go up the additional 14 inches, or alternatively, they could set back their facade and have that ramping take place on the exterior. And then in the corner, if they wanted to provide an entrance to the corner of the building, they could do that with steps down to the lower level of the sidewalk to provide an entry corner. So that's the presentation on the ordinance. I know there's a lot to digest there. And if you want me to go back to anything and describe anything in more detail. Let me stop.
No, I think it was great, Rogelio, and thank you and your team for putting it together. And just one little asterisk: yellow is never a good textual color on a presentation. It's hard to see.
Yeah, I use it when I print maps and it kind of pops, but I'm noticing on the screen it's not very good. Yeah.
But it was, other than that, very, very good. Do we have any other comments to go back to? All right, seeing none. Let's move to. So on this one, what do we need to do on this, Rogelio?
So this is an ordinance amendment. So this is an amendment to the land development regulations. We recommend that you transmit to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation. But if there's anything that you'd like us to, to look at further, or if you have any recommendations for amendments, we can consider those too.
Actually, would
Mr.
just
Chair,
comment
this might be a good
that
time also if you'd like to open to the public.
Didn't see anybody, but let me go back and look and see if anyone else had. There's still no one in the public ready to speak on the item. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'll just say I think it's a good idea to standardize this process. I'm thinking of I don't think you showed a picture of Trader Joe's, the building that was recently completed that includes Trader Joe's, but it's built on the ground. I mean, it's built
right
at level. I wondered when I saw that building versus the Fifth and Lenox building and the Baptist and maybe a couple of others. Why were they so different? You know what I mean? Obviously there was a lot of flexibility there. So putting some thought into it, and it looks like you guys have been very, very thorough with your research and what you've come up with. And I like what you've done, and I'm happy to support it.
Yeah, that you bring up a good point with the Trader Joe's. That's another situation that we want to avoid, where they're building their ground floors too low. And in that case, they built at 0 setback. So there's really no ability to have any flexibility there in how will it
ultimately be harmonized if that street ever needs to be, let's just hope that's a higher spot in the city, because if that street gets raised, it's going to be tough. Yeah.
Hopefully they have I think they have sufficient ceiling clearance. But the way that would work is they'd have to fill in that ground floor to raise it.
That's exactly what
very impressive presentation. Congratulations. I know how much hard work went into that.
Thank you.
I don't really want to get into the ordinance and detail by detail. I think this is a lot of new ground. I don't think I can recommend how to change the wording of the ordinance. It's only in the waiver requirement. who determines if it's unfeasible for that waiver to apply? Can we have a bigger opening for someone to seek a waiver? Like, who makes the determination? It's not as a right. Someone's got to determine it's not feasible.
So right now the waiver, we have waivers elsewhere in the code. They use the design review criteria and the certificate of appropriateness criteria as the standard. So they can if, you know, like I said, the example with the historic building, if doing this is going to affect the historic character, then the HPB can grant the waiver based on that criteria. I can think of 41st Street has a very well-defined setback. All of the properties are at a 0-foot setback along 41st Street. So perhaps the design review criteria could be the consideration. If they wanted to do less to maintain that continuous edge, they could issue a waiver of that setback requirement for 41st Street to maintain that design that's consistent throughout the corridor.
That would be the compatibility. It wouldn't be compatible, and that's why you would do
right.
that. But
and then the other issue would be ultimately infrastructure. So if there's an infrastructure reason that Public Works may have, that maybe there's some issue on a particular street regarding the drainage. I don't know what the case may be. Then a waiver could perhaps be requested for that situation. You know, an infrastructure, something with the roadway. FDOT has certain requirements that they don't want to allow us to do something. That might be a reason for a waiver.
all right, well, I will make a motion to favorable recommendation to the commission.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion was made by Mr. Vitia, seconded by Mr. Weider for a positive recommendation. So I'll ask for your vote again, Mr. Weider,
Aye.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
Mr. Maland,
Yes.
Mr. Vitia,
Yes.
Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, let's move to prohibited motor vehicles, planning board file 20-0396.
Are we're not taking lunch today or break at all?
Oh, I thought it's, I'm sorry, it's 1 o'clock.
Well, it don't have to be long, but just this little short.
No,
When you're having fun.
Although I'd be in favor of just plowing through the last two and just, finishing as opposed to reconvening.
I'm okay with that too, if everyone else is okay with it.
yeah, I was
I
moving
think-
to
yeah,
get
All right,
done.
that's fine.
All right, Mike, I
I'll just-
actually ran downstairs and got some food. And
I'll take my own little break for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we're going to proceed. This is planning board file number 20-0396, the rental prohibition of certain motor vehicles. And I believe we have Chief Deputy City Attorney Alexander Boxer on the line to present this item.
Good afternoon. This is Alexander Boxer in reference to this specific agenda item. Just to give you a little bit of background, the mayor and city commission have been essentially struggling with mopeds and the ability to regulate kind of the level of lawlessness and violations of various other laws, state laws that have occurred throughout the city of Miami Beach as a result of the rental of these motorized vehicles. There's been several commissioners that have enacted certain regulations to try to stem the tide that has occurred as a result of them being operated really in a quality of life kind of reckless fashion. The mayor and city commission have received numerous complaints. Most recently at the September 16th commission meeting, Commissioner Samuelin had presented, that was heard on second reading, certain additional regulations that would hopefully try to address some of the problems that have occurred. We've primarily focused that regulation on the business operations, essentially these business operators within the city of Miami Beach, and ultimately being the mechanism by way of which we control the level of conduct that the individual renters are are doing throughout the city of Miami Beach, which would include, you know, weaving in and out of traffic, riding on the sidewalks, the beach walks, the bay walks, and essentially operating the scooters in a multitude of inappropriate places. Now, this ordinance would add a new prohibition throughout all zoning districts throughout the city of Miami Beach. It will create a new section 142-3, where 142-3, this new section will identify specific definitions. Now, this is not just a prohibition pertaining to mopeds or scooters alone, but it also will address golf carts, low-speed vehicles, and various other devices that the mayor and city commission have identified to be an issue, and the issue being their rental and operation within the city of Miami Beach. Now, the matter was referred and referred by the mayor and city commission on the 16th to both the land use and the planning board, both scheduled for today. Now, the commission committee heard the item first thing in the morning, this morning, and they've essentially approved moving forward with the ordinance. However, they did identify a couple different things that they wanted to include, one of which whether or not it would be legally appropriate, which we are researching for those that are legally non-conforming. Once this ordinance becomes effective, there's about 14 businesses that would become legally non-conforming. Whether or not there would be the establishment of an amortization schedule where the combustible engines for the scooters would be converted over to an electric type of power. We're exploring that, and that's something that we will address when this matter is brought back before the planning board at its October meeting. The second aspect of it was also pertaining to having the ability to have a look back and the effectiveness of the ordinance, and that look back was going to be for 1 year period of time. So that would also be included within the ordinance when it is brought back before the planning board members in October. Now, while I have not been able to delineate whether or not it would be legally appropriate for us to do an amortization schedule for the conversion of the existing businesses to mandate that they go from gas powered to electric powered, that's something that I will present formally to the planning board members in October. So with that, that is essentially the gist of the ordinance. As I said to you, and I'm sure that staff will also reiterate that this matter will need to be brought back before the planning board on the 27th. There will be a re-noticing aspect of it that we find that it's important, and more importantly, because of it being referred to both the planning board and land use on the same day. I know that Commissioner Gongora did raise a concern regarding that occurring simultaneously today. So with that, I'll be able to answer any other questions. There will be, like I said, 14 businesses that will become legally non-conforming. They will be continued to operate consistent with whatever regulations that we've adopted so far. And they may be even further additional regulations that Commissioner Minor is proposing, and optimistically will be at first reading probably in October, and then arguably second reading in November, depending on how that all materializes over the next several weeks. So with that, I'm here to answer any of your questions.
I have a question. What's is the reason for converting over to electric going to mean less scooters or more scooters, number one? Number two, what is the policy reason for converting to electric? And number three, has the city considered anything about gasoline leaf blowers? Is there a noise component to this move on the part of the city?
All right, so to address your very first question, based upon what was passed by the commission on September 16th, it would not result in an increase of scooters, whether it's gas or electric. There has been a cap placed on that, so that will become effective in a matter of days. So they will be capped at how many each business can actually put into the stream of commerce for the rentals. So that's answering your number one question, barring a change by the mayor and city commission of that specific regulation. Secondly, in terms of in terms of what the policy behind it, as articulated by Commissioner Ariola, he based his statement on the notion that the gas-powered scooters are ultimately loud, they're pollution, they create pollution, and that would be kind of a mechanism where current technology is moving away from these combustible engines and going more into e-bikes, electric bikes, electric vehicles, and things of that nature. So that was the reasoning behind Commissioner Ariola's statement as he made during the Land Use Commission meeting. And again, that's something that I'm going to have a conversation with the police chief, because I don't know if the issue is the engine type, or if it's really the conduct that we're regulating, that we're more concerned about. I know that the pollution and noise has been a factor, but I don't know if that is an equal footing that with operation and conduct of those individuals who rent those scooters. And then lastly, your question towards leaf blowers, I really don't know that being the connection to this, so I really couldn't articulate one way or another in response.
Well, they are gasoline, and they're frightfully noisy. So I was wondering if the city would consider an ordinance requiring electric powered leaf blowers as well, because the same reasoning would apply to restricting them.
And that's something that I guess I could have a conversation with members within my department, and of course the planning staff in terms of that. I know that this has been the notion of electric leaf blowers has been an issue that has been discussed at neighborhoods. It's been discussed on a number of different occasions. I'm not exactly sure where the final position is of staff regarding implementing any type of regulation that prohibit gas leaf blowers. So I really couldn't tell, unless Nick has a little bit of insight on that. I do not know.
David, I can tell you that Commissioner Salmon worked on that last year. I don't know how far it got. Maybe Nick can tell us if he was trying to regulate hours and switch over to electric. There was a lot of conversation around that idea last year, but I don't know how far it got.
Well, we did definitely reduce the hours. I know that for certain within the
that's right,
within the noise ordinance that we in fact did. I don't believe we went beyond anything else other than the constriction of hours
That's my understanding, Alec.
Yeah, and I know that there's been a discussion. I know that the city has used both electric and gas, and I think they found issues regarding the electric. So I don't think it really went beyond that in that regard, as far as I'm aware. And that's something we could certainly have a conversation with staff.
Thank you.
Can you just speak to very quickly, and I may understand, but I want to make sure that I do, the difference between the rental and lease of these prohibited vehicles versus the operation thereof, let's say by someone who's not leasing or renting the vehicle. So let's say a typical homeowner who might have a four-wheel vehicle that they may use.
So if I understand your question, if it's a resident of the city of Miami Beach that has a scooter, you're asking what implication or what impact would that individual have by this prohibition? Is that your question?
So, sort of, yeah, in a nutshell. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is not targeted at residents.
It is not targeted at residents. This really is nothing more than prohibiting the prospective business use, and that business use is the rental of these type of vehicles that have been specifically delineated within the draft ordinance. If you are a resident of the city of Miami Beach and you have a scooter or you have any of these other devices, barring a violation of state law or any other ordinance that the city commission may enact, you would still be able to operate your vehicle. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes.
So is there a concern with us not allowing people to be grandfathered in? I mean, are we looking to remove this as a possibility altogether, or we just want to stop allowing new licenses to be issued?
At this point in time, I couldn't recommend that we legally stop the existing businesses from continuing their operation. I don't believe that it would be legally appropriate for us to do so, and it would unnecessarily expose us to litigation that I'm reluctant to believe that we would have a success.
And
So
then what about additional requirements that we impose upon the non-conforming operators to help curb the behavior of the consumer? Is there some, not liability, but responsibility we can place on the operator as to what the consumer that leases their scooter ends up doing?
And we have done that. The most recent version of it was approved by the mayor and city commission on the 16th of this month, September 16th. So I suspect that there will be additional regulations on the existing operators that will be passed. That will happen within the next month or so, but definitely by the end of the year, if I were to guesstimate correctly.
That wouldn't be, we can't consider that as part of this ordinance here now. There'll be a secondary ordinance coming through for that.
Correct, because that ordinance will amend the non-LDR portion of the city code. So this body would never see that ordinance. The only way this body would see the ordinance is if we were to do an amortization schedule within 142-3, which would be presented to you in the October planning board meeting as articulated this morning by the Land Use Committee.
Daniel, my understanding is that September 16th ordinance regulates, and if I misspeak, please correct me, but regulates the existing inventory, which is 14 operators and 25, maximum of 25 units each. They have to be returned each evening at 7 p.m. This is a new initiative that we're considering today, sponsored by Commissioner Richardson, to make sure that no further types of these businesses can no longer open in the city. So it'll be capped at the 14. The idea is that they've tried about 3 times to get this situation under control with the scooters and have not found success. And so they're just taking the next step. That's my understanding, and I'm supportive of this that we're hearing today. So,
all right, thank you. You want to move it, Mike?
Well, we need to reset it for the October planning
so
board meeting.
we're just discussing today. Then we're not going to vote.
Yeah, we're discussing today what we currently have presented to you in the proposed ordinance. And then whatever additional changes that I will be making, I will provide that to you in October. And then at that point in time, the planning board will make a formal recommendation regarding the entirety of the ordinance.
So we're just discussing today. No formal action then.
Correct.
Okay.
So if there's a noise component to this ordinance in residential neighborhoods or wherever in the city, I'd sure like to know about what the component would be on leaf blowers. Other than they can't, I mean, maybe be used for the city purposes, but perhaps not for residential purposes, to cut down on the noise.
David, if you want to take that up as a separate discussion and maybe make a recommendation to the commission, that's fine, but I think that would exceed the scope of the item that's before you.
Okay, well, perhaps
This has nothing to do with it.
Perhaps we could have it as a discussion issue in a future meeting.
Sure. I think we can do that. Hey, Mr. City Attorney, do we need to continue this one, or since this was a discussion item, or was this noticed?
I think this one, staff would like to continue to next month so it can be renoticed.
Okay, so since it was noticed, let's just take up a vote to continue it to next meeting. So I'll go ahead and move that we continue it to next meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, unless anybody says otherwise, and does not want to have this continued, please speak up.
All right, let's move to the next one. Short-term rental fine amendments. Planning Board File 20-0397.
Okay, and
Okay,
for
thank you,
this,
Mr. Brantley.
oh, go ahead, Michael.
I was going to say we have outside counsel to the city, Jean Olin, on the line to give a presentation on this item.
Good morning, everybody. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. This is a amendment to the city's land development regulations, which is the limited purpose of deleting the fine amounts in the city's short-term rental restrictions and substituting in their place the fines that are prescribed by Florida Statute Chapter 163. The reason why this amendment is being presented to you is for a couple of bases. Number one, as you know, whenever there's an amendment to the LDRs, the proposed amendment first is presented to the Planning Board for its recommendation, either to suggest approval of the amendments to the City Commission or to suggest not approving the proposed amendments to the City Commission. These amendments are being presented to conform to a court order that arose out of a lawsuit that the city faced in 2018, 2 years after the subject fines were enacted by the city for the short-term rental restrictions. And in the lawsuit, a particular plaintiff who owned certain single-family homes that had sought to rent them out pursuant to the short-term rental laws sued the city, claiming several things, but the item that was ruled upon by the lower court dealt with the issue of the fines. And the court held that the city's fines, because they exceeded those established in state law, were invalid because the fines in state law were preempting the city from enacting its own fines. The city appealed that decision to the Third District Court of Appeal, and the Third District Court of Appeal, July 22nd of this year, affirmed the lower court. Now, significantly, although the lower court held that the city's fines were invalid because they exceeded the state fines, there was no determination by the lower court as to the short-term rental restrictions in and of themselves, meaning, as you know, the city short-term restrictions provide that the rentals must be at least 6 months and a day. The court did not opine on whether or not that was valid or invalid, so there has been no ruling invalidating those restrictions. However, when the court, the lower court, and as well when the appellate court affirmed, when the court held that the fines were invalid because of preemption, the court went on to say that the restrictions in total would not be able to be enforced by the city of Miami Beach. Now, at this point, the amendments in front of you are limited again to repeal the existing city fines that were enacted in 2016 that exceed the state fines and to substitute in their place the statutory fines. And that is being done at this moment in order to conform to the court orders. I do want to let you know, though, that the city has since filed post-order motions, which we are still attempting to seek rehearing and review, and hopefully reversal of the court's order determining this preemption of the city's fines. But for purposes of today, the reason why this is being presented to you time-wise is to ensure the larger issue, which is to provide for continued enforcement of the city short-term rental restrictions in light of the concern that the statutory preemption that occurred in 2011, which provided that cities may not post June 2011 enact short-term rental, because the city of Miami Beach's restriction was enacted prior to June 2011, the amendment today will relate back to that date. Because again, the city still has the authority as of today to enforce its short-term rental. So what you have in front of you is amending the city's short-term rental laws for the very limited purpose of addressing the fine issue. And we would respectfully request that the planning board recommend approval of these proposed amendments so that when the recommendation is presented to the city commission, scheduled for first reading of the amendments at the commission meetings on September 29th, the commission can consider your recommendation and deliberate on approving that on first reading. The idea is that second reading will occur on October 14th with final approval on that date. So that is what you have presented before you today.
All right. I don't really have a lot of questions to it. I think it was presented well by Gene there. But if we have questions or hesitation from the board, we can go ahead and propose those.
I think it's important for us to maintain these regulations, and whatever it takes to make them compliant with law, I think is important for us to abide by.
I agree with that. I think it's important that we have continuity there. It's super important that we be able to regulate, this issue, and I'm prepared to support it, and I don't really need to talk about it a lot. So
I agree. I'm prepared to support it as well.
But I note that we were the board, or some of us were on the board that increased the fines. Or recommended it be increased.
Right. That was before my time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in contrary to state law. So.
Right.
But, I just want to point out that even if this amendment goes through, there are still possible avenues that the city of Miami Beach may be able to pursue down the line to increase the fines, not necessarily back to what they were, but certainly on or possibly to what they were. But the point is, there are, in the event that at the end of this litigation, the city succeeds on getting the opinions reversed, then the city certainly has the ability to reconsider the fines, meaning that we will no longer at that point, if the court reverses the order, be preempted. Finally, there is one other avenue of possibly amending the fines. And again, this is down the line. In the event, once the litigation is over, the court's order is affirmed. The city of Miami Beach has its Tallahassee lobbyists, as you know, which lobby for amendments to state law. And at that point, the city could consider adding to its list of legislative priorities, amending or lobbying on the issue of amending state statute chapter 162 to increase the fines so that they are more meaningful, because that seems to be what you all are saying, and that certainly was the intent of the City Commission back in 2016 when it increased the fines to the amount that is at issue today, to make them more meaningful.
Gene, I have a question. Do you contemplate a petition for cert if the rehearing is denied?
Yes, at this point, the city's strategy is to pursue whatever avenues of relief we can. And one of those is, in addition to the motions for rehearing and rehearing en banc that the city presently has, is to, if necessary, file a motion seeking file a notice seeking discretionary review with the Florida Supreme Court. But, as you know, that's discretionary up to the Supreme Court. But we feel that we have a valid basis behind that request. But for today's purposes, the focus request that is in front of you is simply an amendment of the existing short-term rental restrictions of the city of Miami Beach, which are presently still enforceable, to make that change to the fines. As
do we have public comment? Do we have
This is a public hearing item.
Do you have folks from the public who want to speak, or?
No, only, we don't have anybody with their hand raised currently.
Well, I'm prepared to move it if the board is ready, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm ready.
Have a second?
I'll second it, yeah.
Okay, the motion for a favorable recommendation was made by Mr. Birno, the second by Mr. Maland. Mr. Weider,
Aye.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Birno,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
Mr. Maland,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Michael, Ms. and Kareem, does it make sense to also, you know, as part of this favorable recommendation, to recommend that, as Gene said, maybe the city pursue other options for, you know, lobbying at the state to, you know, change them at the state level, these fines? Is that something that's necessary?
If I might just interrupt for one moment, I would just qualify that by stating that if the city were to consider that would be advisable to wait till the conclusion of this litigation, because keeping in mind an issue that is part of the city's rehearing and rehearing en banc is the nature of the fines. So there still is some opportunity for the court to reverse on that. But I would only, like I say, amend Mr. Board Member Gelpy's suggestion with the qualifier that the proposed amendment as a legislative priority occur when this litigation is at its completion.
Yeah, I would like to make that recommendation.
So that'll be added to the amendment. To the motion, I mean.
Maybe it's a separate motion.
Yeah, we can just have a separate motion. Go ahead. He's already moved it. Do we have a second for it? It's just a recommendation here.
Yeah, I second that resolution to the city commission.
Okay, so the motion made by Mr. Jelpy, seconded by Mr. Vatia. Mr. Weider,
Aye.
Mr. Jelpy,
Yes.
Mr. Barano,
Yes.
Mr. Pietro,
Yes.
Mr. Maland,
Yes.
Mr. Vatia,
Yes.
and Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right. I'm feeling like lunchtime is coming on. I don't know.
Time is here.
And bathroom breaks.
Yeah.
Mark was so
Mr.
hungry, he went down. Mark was so hungry, I think he snuck in some lunch before the end of the meeting.
I did. I so stipulated. Guilty as charged.
So, Mr. Chair, just a friendly reminder for your consideration to have a future discussion item on affordable and workforce housing. I think it'd be greatly beneficial for the city and for the Affordable Housing Committee to have the planning board hear this item.
Absolutely. I mean, we would do that in just a normal meeting session, right? We wouldn't have a separate breakout for that.
Yeah, I think check with staff on the agenda levels. I'd hate to add that to an already, hefty agenda, but if we can have it sometime this year, either October, November, December, I think it would be excellent.
Michael, can you have your staff just look out over the horizon, and when we have that opportunity to really put in something similar to what we discussed this morning, but probably a little bit more condensed because it's not necessarily 3 or 4 different items, and we can have that discussion. I think it would be really, really worthwhile.
Sure, we'll take a look through at our agenda items for the next several months and see, based upon also staff availability to be part of that discussion and schedule it for a meeting by the end of the year.
Clearly, we will want Maria Ree's department present, and then they can give us a bunch of stats also on their current, affordable housing, and maybe include, they have all these stats, include the housing counts of the Housing Authority of the City of Miami Beach and so on.
Great.
Okay, and just a reminder, our next meeting is October 27th.
October 27th. 1
Same
p.m.
time.
1 p.m. or early in the morning.
It'll be at 9 a.m. again.
It will.
October 22nd, 9 a.m.
October 27th at 9 a.m.
27th at 9 a.m. Okay.
27th, correct.
27. Okay.
Right.
Same time on the Zoom channel.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna be back in Miami by then.
No matter where you are.
It was 30 degrees this morning, so we're getting chased away. It's getting cold.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's cool. That's below freezing.
Oh, where are you? Where are you?
I'm in the Berkshires.
Oh, yeah. It's time to come home.
Yeah, we can figure about it. Less than a month.
That's awesome. Awesome. Well, listen, enjoy the rest of your time.
Thanks.
And,
I'm looking to see everybody in
Good
person.
to see everybody. Have a great afternoon.
See everyone.
Everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.